New day. Helmsy here alongside Greg Burgess. We are speedyless again today. No worries. He's fine. He'll be back tomorrow, hopefully, and we'll plug away without him. Big day on the show today. Huge day. We got Dan Moultrie. He'll be in talking everything outdoors. Chuck Sykes will be with him.
Chucky.
Director of the Wildlife and Freshwater Fisheries, state of Alabama. And then we'll have Cliff Sims, former Trump staffer. You know, he was a former Trump staffer, and then he wrote the so-called tell-all book, and then I think he worked for intelligence at one point.
Yeah.
And now he's releasing a song.
Yeah, Cliff's pretty well-rounded.
Cliff may be
well-rounded guy.
the modern-day most interesting man.
Yeah, so
we'll chat with him later on as well. We'll record a podcast today that will drop on Saturday. So, hey, a lot of going on today. A lot going on around here today.
The Kendrick brothers.
The Kendrick brothers.
You know, they make the movies, Facing the Giants? That was the first one.
I could have helped you there.
The very first one.
That's so wrong of me.
Yeah, and a bunch of good movies.
Yeah. So we'll have them on the podcast. How are you?
I'm good.
Other than that little blackout you just had.
Yeah, whatever. Still, I can't get my mind working.
Well,
it's just shut down.
How about I watched the Black Wonder Years last night?
All right, I forgot about that.
And
I don't think they call it that.
They don't, but I just but you knew what I was talking about. Couple things. One, the Goldbergs came on. Great lineup on Wednesday night for ABC. And I don't usually watch these type of shows, these sitcoms and stuff. I just don't. I usually go to streaming and watch something on Netflix or sports.
Yeah,
or
me too. I hardly watch any
I stay away.
I'm not anti. I
just
haven't.
That's me.
I've fallen out of the habit of it.
That is me. And so
too many other choices now.
Was sitting there last night with a family and had just gotten back from somewhere with Braden. I'm going to share that with you in a little bit. I think he made me car sick driving.
New drivers.
But I was watching this and it said Goldberg's Into the Wonder Years, and I thought, you know what, I got an hour, I'll check this out. And so I like the Goldbergs anyway. So it was their season premiere, but they went back and kind of honored the guy on there that was called Pops.
Yeah,
that passed away. The dad, you know, he recently passed away back in March, really? I believe it was. It was good. It was a good episode. But then the Wonder Years came on right after that, and so the Black Wonder Years. And I thought it was really good. Now, I don't understand why they're calling it the Wonder Years.
What do you mean?
I just don't. It's nothing like. To me, it's nothing like.
Well, the other is just he's thinking back to when he grew up. That's what they're saying.
I just wish they'd
not
come
the storyline. Would you think
no,
Winnie was in it?
I would have liked Greg, but I would have liked to have some similar music.
Okay. So you don't know why?
I don't know why they're calling it Wonder Years.
Because it's like another version of I'm narrating when I was a kid.
Well, can we not come up with our own name? Why you got to steal the Wonder Years name?
Well, I don't know. Kind of in the same theme.
Come up with your own name. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. I'm going to have to watch it.
I wasn't expecting Winnie to come back, Greg, at all.
Or did you want the characters to be the same characters, but now they're just black people?
No, not at all. I don't know.
It's a different storyline.
It is. But
Didn't it take place in Alabama,
Greg,
right?
It is. Montgomery. Yeah. I thought it was really good. Well done. Liked the acting. It was not sure how long I'll stay with it because I normally don't watch sitcoms on network TV.
I don't either. When I was growing up, that's all you had.
I know.
You didn't have all that. And then I remember when, like, if it was on when we started getting these obscure cable channels, you're like, well, I was like a step down watching that. You know, like when the TNTs and all that showed up. But now, I mean, you have between streaming and just channels on television, you have so many choices.
Now, I will say this: there is some big time agendas with the show. And in the storyline and stuff like that, obviously, as we talked about yesterday. But I didn't let that bother me, and I thought it was really good. I did.
Well, I had to give it. I forgot it was coming.
Like the little boy. Like him a lot.
Let me ask you this. Did we not Okay. No, tonight. Are we still playing college football on Thursdays?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's barely.
That's
like
what I'm saying.
Tonight,
because
it's
I was trying to think who would be playing.
Marshall.
My mind just went through a little TV. What am I? What's going on?
So tonight you'll have Marshall at App State, around 6:30. I mean, I'm not what. I've got other plans tonight, but I wouldn't watch that if I was sitting at home. Carolina, Houston, NFL. It's on the NFL Network.
Okay. Yeah.
If that intrigues you at all. So that's your sports. Plenty of baseball to watch probably, but as we get close to the end of the regular season.
When do the playoffs and all that start in baseball?
We got a couple weeks.
Wow. I get this. So you got, because I seen a story.
October's nearly here, Greg.
And you got baseball.
Yeah.
Football, and then there was a story about the NBA. They're fixing to report to camp. I mean,
they are.
Boy, they all just pile them in there together. Don't
they? And well, won't get into that. You'll make fun. I was going to say, the Laver Cup's coming up in tennis.
The what is that?
The Laver Cup.
What's the Laver Cup?
And the Ryder Cup in golf is coming up.
Oh, is it like the Ryder Cup?
Yes, yeah.
Teams,
similar
countries
deal.
Against each other.
Yeah. So
okay.
Wrap up the regular season.
Didn't know it's called the Laver.
Yeah, after Rod Laver.
Well, who's Rod Laver?
Greg.
I don't know. What about D. White's Pod? What about that? That's the Davis Cup, right? What was the Davis Cup? I thought that was.
I don't
countries.
know who that was named after.
I thought that was country.
It is
so you got the Laver and the Davis.
Well, you have the in golf you have the Ryder Cup and the President's Cup.
Do you? See,
yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you got a couple of them.
That's confusing.
I'm just saying it's going. There's a lot of sports going on.
Let me write. What time's Laver coming on?
Comes on Friday.
All right. Who's going to be?
My buddy Chase helped me out with that one yesterday because we were hitting some tennis balls, and I said, I'm kind of missing the fact that the U.S. Open's on, and it's not on anymore, and we've kind of wrapped up the season. I need something to watch tennis wise. And he goes, hey, the Laver Cup's coming up.
Oh, hey, everybody knows
it's like
that.
It starts Friday, and I'm like, well, how about that?
There's the Laver. You think Bubba gonna watch the Laver Cup?
No, Bubba's gave up on tennis. I'm done talking to him about it.
I forgot about that.
Tired of answering questions in the public in Birmingham about when's Bubba coming back to play tennis. I have said long enough. Hey, he's trying to get back. I'm done saying it. I'm gonna say he's done with it. My answer from now on, he's done with it.
Well,
he's
I think he was on his way back till he had the pickleball incident that took him down.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. We'll see.
Anybody want to tell me why Boston Red Sox are wearing yellow?
Well,
I just looked up at the screen. I don't understand that.
So last night, my brother sent me.
I know that's random.
Well, no, and I'm glad you said this because last night my brother sent me the strangest text. First of all, he didn't text me much. So
first of all, they look like a softball team.
Well, I can't read what he put actually.
Okay.
I'll tell you in the break.
Wow. Well, look.
But it had a reference to this.
What are they doing?
He said, good to see Boston is in full support of, and I don't.
It's yellow and blue. I mean, it's not even. I don't know. I mean, I'm saying good, bad, or indifferent. I don't know what it's. What does it symbolize? I'm gonna have to look it up.
I know.
I just looked up at the screen. I thought, well, the Mets are playing some softball team.
This was a good night. Look at that moment. We were into something else, and it looks like
there's nothing.
It's UCLA colors.
Yeah,
and they're wearing UCLA colors.
I don't know why.
And they're supporting, and I don't want to say it because I don't know if that's right, and I don't want to tag them with that. It looks to be they're supporting something, but I didn't know that was the colors.
I'm gonna ask a question.
It may just be that's the old uniforms they used to play.
No, the Red Sox ain't never had that color uniform.
Wearing yellow in Spain, 5-0. I'm confused. We're gonna look at that and come back.
Okay.
And I want to ask you, do you think I was car sick yesterday?
I haven't been car sick in years.
I don't think I had ever been car sick till yesterday. And we got a story that involves tattoos and tacos. That's coming. That's coming this hour
combo.
too. Yeah. All right, hang with us. 17 minutes after the hour, you listen to the Kickoff Hour on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes after the hour, it is the kickoff hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy here alongside Mr. Wonderful, Greg Burgess.
What's up?
Greg, clear this whole Boston Red
I'm
Sox
trying
yellow
to.
and blue jerseys. I mean, it was.
I'm looking up. We're sitting in here
Yeah.
talking. I happen to look up when we got some highlights of baseball, and it's the Mets and the Red Sox. Well, it looks like I said, there's a men's slow pitch softball team out there in their uniforms, and it's actually the Boston. It's yellow shirts, white pants, yellow socks, and it looks like Colombian blue. You said UCLA, you're right.
It does
but
look
it's
like
called
UCLA.
cayenne.
I thought cayenne was red like the pepper.
No, there's cayenne pepper, but I don't know if
I really did.
I know
always
that-
thought cayenne pepper, where they got the cayenne, was a reddish color.
How about
Because of the pepper. That's what
so
I
you just
thought.
assume
I
that?
just assume it would make sense.
Some
to me.
peppers are green.
Yeah, I'm just critical
You know
thinking,
what?
Greg.
There's peppers that are green.
You're right. You're right.
But how about this? I've come across this word, this and magenta.
Okay.
And the reason I have is the colors in the printer.
Yeah, you're right.
You have
Yeah.
cayenne and you have magenta. Those were the first times because I didn't know what they meant. Magenta is almost a violet, purpley,
Look at you and your colors.
something like that. But anyway, the uniforms are supposedly, now here we go, a tribute to Patriots Day and the Boston Marathon. Okay, now the Boston Marathon is run on Patriots Day.
Yeah.
I figured that out. The colors, because I said, what's that got to do with colors? You think red, white, and blue for Patriots Day, you would think.
Yeah.
The colors, they say these were the color scheme for the marathon. I didn't know that. And then, and then that sounds like everybody's jumping on because it also says it honors the spirit of Patriots Day. And why? It said in the stencil font across the chest plays tribute to the Boston Street finish line.
That's the marathon.
So they has that. So I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
And then they have the number 617 on
That's
the left
the-
sleeve.
Yeah, that's the
Area code.
of downtown Boston.
And Fenway Park. The numbers appear to be on a racing bill honoring one of the city's most iconic.
I think it's
sports
great
traditions. So we're honoring the marathon, Patriots Day. The colors are a little weird.
They are, and I don't know why they picked those colors, but it's fine. Look. I think it's great they're doing that.
But then we got to make statements like, "What's this mean?" This is when it gets confusing.
Did you say the Mets were a part of this too? 'Cause
Yeah,
they didn't
they look regular.
Did they?
Yeah, did they?
I think they were a part of it too, and their
They
jerseys
weren't. They
were a little
weren't out of
different.
their color scheme.
No, they weren't. But I think they were a little different.
I mean, what's wrong with a little patch every now and then? But
The fact that you're doing the Mets and the Red Sox, I think and around in this particular month, when all this stuff has happened over the past few years, 20 years. I know the bombing was 2013, but
okay. Now, as I read on other teams, the Los Angeles Dodgers are wearing blue jerseys. It's an article. I don't know when it came out. It's early in the week. To celebrate the link between Los Angeles' distinct culture and sport. I'm not sure what that means.
I'm done. I listen. Here's the deal. I think it's great that they're honoring certain things that were tragic events in our world's history. Love that about it, but I can't figure you out right now.
But because here's my point.
You're all over the map.
Here's my point.
Not
you can't
you, but them.
No, you look at it and go, "Oh, that's honoring the marathon."
Yeah.
See, there's no way looking at that the marathon would never cross my mind.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody knows what the official color of a marathon
No.
is, right? And then they're so vague on why they're doing stuff. It says the departure from our traditional style pays homage to the iconic weekend and recognizes Boston's boldness, culture, and creativity. So, okay, it means a lot of things, I guess, but something to do with the marathon and Patriots Day. That's in there.
Well, I'll tell you
We're going to recognize Boston's boldness, culture, and creativity while we're at it.
That jersey was school bus yellow.
Yeah.
And UCLA yellow. I mean, it was bright yellow.
You have iconic teams in different sports, and Boston Red Sox are one of them. So when you get away from that traditional look, it's just kind of weird to me.
And
I think an arm patch would have done it.
And I'm not going to read my brother's text, but he was completely wrong on what was going on.
But I see why he was.
Glad I didn't read it.
You know it?
Yeah. Yeah, I do too. All right.
How about this? The Arizona Diamondbacks adopted a tan jersey inspired by the Sonoran Desert's climate and terrain.
The Diamondbacks?
Yeah.
You know,
Look, and the new logo reading Serpentes. That must be Spanish for snake or something.
Yeah. They played the Braves last night. You know, the Braves are 3 games ahead of the Phillies. So I'm keeping an eye. This is the time of year where I will actually keep an eye on what's going on. Every morning, Greg, I don't know if you know this or not, but one of my routines is I don't watch the games in their entirety. I will certainly sit down and watch a few innings. Now, when it gets to playoff time, I'll probably dial it in. But every morning, starting about September 15th, I'll get my little phone here, and I'll go to my ESPN app, and I'll see the standings to see where the Braves are. And so there's 3 games. They had a weird deal last night happen with Adam Duvall, and they ended up winning like 9-2, so it didn't matter. But he hit a home run, and it was one of these deals where it looked like the outfielders were going to catch the ball. By the way, it hit his glove and went over. He had it. It was going to be a remarkable play. He had the ball, and it just popped out and went over the fence. But Duvall thought he was going to catch it or not get to it, didn't realize it was going out of the park, and he's flying around first. Well, Austin Riley is on first. He's coming back to tag up. Duvall passes him, and so that makes Duvall, instead of a 3-run homer, it's a 2-run single, and Duvall is out.
How about
That's
that?
how it's ruled.
That's a weird little situation. I bet they had to sit down and talk about that for just a second.
They did. It took them a minute to hash all that out. All right. So I'll look at baseball a good bit right now, especially
get ready
the
for some weird
and the
uniforms because I'm reading other cities are doing it too. They somehow tie it to their culture in the city and all this.
And you brought up the Diamondbacks, and that's who the Braves were playing last night. And they're horrible this year, and so that's good that the Braves have 3 or 4 games.
Speaking of Diamondbacks and uniforms, a few years ago they were purple and black.
They were.
Now they're red and something. Their hats were red. They just changed their colors a few years back.
Yeah, you're right.
Because they used to be purple.
Don't know why. Maybe they were trying to get away from that Colorado look.
Maybe, but
did their own thing.
Yeah, red. Yeah, there's no red teams, so. Anyway, step back.
Well, we cleared that up.
Not really, but
I know.
all the cities they're somehow tying because you got to honor everybody. So it's anybody in the city that wants to be honored, they're tying it to it.
This is like that
or event.
That day, everybody has there's 5 or 6 things that we celebrate on one day.
But I'm gonna tell you this: that is not the Red Sox.
Rick and Bubba.
I mean.
Well, all righty, 35 minutes
she was.
after the hour. Kickoff hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy, alongside my good buddy, Greg Burgess.
How about this? Today's Rick and Bubba Show sponsored by ReliefFactor.com. Now, look, you've heard us talk about it. It's 100% natural, research-based formula that was created to help combat the root causes of inflammation. And that's the body's natural inflammatory response function that causes what? Aches, pains from exercise, overexertion. Here's one hand for me. Aging and everyday living. Relief Factor's powerful, unique combination of botanical ingredients and fish oil, and is now trusted by many thousands in our audience to provide ongoing relief from their pain. We hear from listeners all the time. Try it for yourself. All you have to do is go to ReliefFactor.com, and when you do, you can start your 3-week trial pack for just $19.95.
How about your trial pack?
It's a trial pack, $19.95. So stop using the popular over-the-counter painkillers. You could be harming your body. Instead, get Relief Factor for less than what you spend on a cup of daily coffee. All right, follow me here. You can get a 3-week supply. Just try it out now for only $19.95. To learn more about Relief Factor or to get your $19.95 quick start pack, visit ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
By the way, you brought up get a regular cup of coffee, same price as that startup pack. Made me think of something. So, a couple months ago, I asked y'all the question of if I walk over here to Panera and grab a cup of coffee in the morning, can I walk back over and refill anytime I want to? And there was some mixed bag on that.
I say no because we have coffee here.
And that's kind of what Greg, that has nothing to do with it. That has zero to do with it.
Just saying.
And so can I go over there legally or morally go over there and get another cup of coffee, even though I've left? I think what we finally said is, hey, you've left the premises and it's been hours, so you can't go back.
I don't think so. I think you have to be on the premises to get a refill.
But
you want a free bagel too?
So what I did, Greg, is I'd never done this before. I do their unlimited coffee for like $7, $8 a month, which is a really good deal because I go over there every day, sometimes twice a day. $8 $8 a month, and I get unlimited coffee.
I get unlimited coffee too here.
You do, but everybody makes it different. It's not consistent.
Well,
I know y'all roll your eyes and all that. Look, I'm a coffee.
You put some stuff in it. It's gonna mix it up anyway.
I'm a coffee snob. Evidently, I am.
Well,
sorry. All right. So yesterday, I got car sick yesterday. And I've never had this.
Some of that Dramamine.
I've never had this happen to me.
Did you have to breathe in a bag or anything?
No, but I had to lay down when I got home.
You had to lay down.
Yes,
it was spinning.
Had to lay down and take some deep breaths.
Well,
so Braden, my 16-year-old.
Were you riding in the back seat?
Well, no, but that's the whole point. Is I don't know what happened. I think he did it on purpose. I could tell some.
They slinging you around a little bit.
So. He is 16, but he doesn't have his license yet. He's going through driver's ed right now, which I love that they do this, where you don't have to go to a different place, and you take driver's ed, and then
you get your license.
He's taken the test already, and all this. Then you go get your license. And so we've slow walked this with him, and really because he wanted to. And when he first turned 15, he had no. He said, I don't want to drive. I don't care anything about that right now. I'm uncomfortable with that. And I just told him, I said, listen.
You're eventually going to have to drive.
That's exactly what I told him. I said, Braden, you're eventually going to have to drive. I'm not going to force you in a vehicle at this moment on the day you turn 15, but eventually you're going to have to get there.
Yeah.
So probably 3 or 4 months down the road, we went and got his permit. He's been driving. And I'm the only one. Amanda will not ride with him. So we go, like anytime we go anywhere together, I make him drive.
Yeah.
Hey, you're driving. So he's actually got to drive in driver's ed next week. So I said, we really need to turn up your pace of what you're driving. I need to also put you in some situations you have not. We hadn't been on the interstate at this up until yesterday.
Merging.
And I said, so we need
about the old merge.
We need to get out in some major highway situations, get on the interstate. Just nothing crazy. Just go an exit or two and get off, and just see how you handle it. So yesterday we did that, and he's smarter than I give him credit for, because he'll say things to me that I don't really have a comeback for. I just have to kind of be seated and silent. Like anytime I overreact or say something, he'll throw this at me. You starting to sound like mama.
No, he knows.
Well, no one wants to hear that, and I
Yeah.
certainly don't want to be that guy because I know how she can overreact.
Mhm.
So it kind of puts me in my place a little bit, and I just kind of sit over there, and I'm like, okay, he's right.
Get car sick.
And so yesterday he noticed that I got on him a couple times about, hey, what's going on today? I feel like you're jerking everybody in the car around, me and you. Like your stops are violent and your takeoffs are. We're not racing. We're not trying to get the jump on anybody.
When you run up, hit the brake.
I said, I don't know what's going on with you. So I say that. Then I think he starts to do some things on purpose, like stop and then stop again, hit it. Like I'm just getting the feel. I'm just getting the feel of the brake. Buddy, we've been doing this a while. You've got the feel of the brake by now. There's no reason for that.
Evidently, it
But
worked.
in this process, I finally got to a point where I just had to sit over there and not say anything because I really thought I was about to get sick. So much so,
you had to roll the window down, stick your head out.
I did, Greg. I rolled down the window, and Braden asked me, he said, "Why you roll down the window?" I said, "Because I feel like I'm sick. I feel like I'm about to barf. You've jerked me around this car." He handled the interstate situation better than I thought he would. And now he did nearly run us off in a ditch one time, but that was my fault because I told him to get over a little bit because of these big trucks that were coming. That wasn't on the interstate. That was just on Rocky Ridge Road, by the way, for those of you local. But it was, he did it. He does a good job. We don't give him enough credit for it. I don't think he's, Amanda and I have read all these articles and really the inexperience is what most wrecks come out of with teenagers, obviously. And they say they don't need to be out there by themselves until they've had 50 to 100 hours with their parents. I think that's a good number. And so
they don't want them with so many people in the car.
That's one of the things that I told him too. I said, listen, because you've prolonged this more than I did when I was 16 or your mother did when she was 16, don't think when you get your license that's a free pass to run out of here. You're going to have to get these 50 to 100 hours in. That's our rule.
Yeah.
You're going to have to get that in with us before we let you go. So the more you drive and the more you get comfortable. And ever since we've said that a couple of months ago, he's really started, okay, I'm okay with driving around. And
he wants to log some hours.
Yeah, I don't think he's ready to jump. I don't
it's scary.
think he even wants to do it.
It's scary when you just go, okay, there they go. Woo. Yeah, it is.
Well, anyway, speaking of scary, Brian Laundrie's still running around out there in the Gabby Petito case.
How about that?
That
That's
just won't come to an end.
That is a bizarro.
Horrible, horrible story.
Still, his parents, I mean.
To me, they had
he
that.
shows up, and she's not with him, and, hey, you didn't ask where she is?
I know, Greg.
We're supposed to believe y'all have no idea. He didn't tell you?
Yeah. And you have to ask this question, what the information that they gave the police, was that to steer them in the wrong direction, to give him time to go the other way? I don't know. So hopefully they'll track this dirt bag down at some point.
But we need to quit talking about it because it's just she's white. That's
white woman. Well, we got missing white woman syndrome.
There's actually a term for it.
Unbelievable, Joy Reid.
Okay.
All right, let's talk about tattoos and tacos.
Yeah, that's a good combination.
So in 1990,
how about a tattoo of a taco?
In 1998, I think it was 4 men.
Yeah.
Got a tattoo to snag free tacos for life.
I like tacos, but I don't mind paying for them. You know what I mean? I don't know if a tattoo. Have you seen it?
I have. It looks to be. I don't know what you would call that. I guess. Can I say this? It looks like a little Mexican cartoon.
It's a little Mexican cartoon. Got his hat on.
Looks like he's riding a corn like a rocket.
He's riding a ear of corn as if it's a rocket.
Yeah.
Now I'll give him this. That's
it's a good looking. It's a good looking logo for a taco restaurant.
I don't know if I said like the guy. He's got his sleeve rolled up, and there it is. So that's on him for
that's 20 years later.
98.
It's 20 years later, Greg.
Here's my question. It's a long story. Is the taco place still in business?
That's a great question. I don't know.
Because Lifetime, if they're not in business, guess what? You just got a tattoo and you don't have a free taco.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's now 57. One of the gentlemen that got the tattoo. He was 35 when he got it. Greg Tights. I'm going with Tights because it's what's a tough
Tights.
name?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Let's stay with Tights.
Okay.
Certainly
let's
don't want to go the other way with
Check
that.
out. I'm trying to see if they're still in
So it's just
business
he
here.
gets what is it, a meal a week
1 meal a week.
for the rest of your
For
life?
the
See,
rest of his life.
tacos for life. That's not a meal a week. That's
That's a pretty
anytime
big
I want to.
tattoo.
That's anytime I want to go by there and grab a
Yeah,
taco.
I
in
agree.
my
You're
opinion.
putting limits on me.
So,
And I
but
got-
that's
one of them's got it on his leg.
yes, that looked real good.
Yeah, one on the arm. Got a couple legs, couple arms. Okay.
So here's my question for you, Greg Burgess. Is there anything that you could get for life that you would
Take a tattoo.
take a tattoo for? And it's got to. This is not a small tattoo. It's a pretty.
Yeah. Oh,
It's
yeah.
pretty sizable.
Colorful. Very colorful.
Yeah. Is there anything out there that you'd go, I tell you what, tattoo
Let me see.
me because I'll take
Anything?
that once a week for the rest of my life?
First of all, it would have to be something that's very expensive to justify it. You know, if it's something like a taco's not that expensive.
It's not.
You know, I don't know if it's worth a tattoo for tacos. Now,
Cheap Mexican is
If you-
more
I
expensive
would
than
get
we
a
thought it was,
tattoo
but
of a vehicle if I got a free car. Not whatever type vehicle or the logo of the dealership.
free car for the rest of your life.
for the rest of my life.
Now, do you get this? Do you have to keep the same car, or can you upgrade? See, I like where you're going with this. I like that idea.
You know what? I would like to upgrade.
Like
but-
every 5 years, get you a new one.
Yeah, and I know nobody's going to make that
Kind of like
deal,
Hendrick
but I'm just
does
saying,
for you now. They didn't-
Absolutely.
What if they
Actually, I have
what
a
if
Hendrick tattoo.
What if Hendrick forced you to get a tattoo?
I would do it because I'm a Hendrick driver, and I'll be happy to be tattooed to be one. How about
Joel,
that?
Joel, if you're listening right now,
Yep,
I will tattoo my arm for a vehicle for life, and you
Yep.
only have to exchange it every 10 years. I'll go 10 years. I'll make that deal with
10's a
Joel,
good- yeah.
and he can pick out what the tattoo looks like.
There you go.
And I'll either put, but it's got to go on my arm. I don't want a leg tattoo.
I'll get a leg tattoo.
All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fat and Sassy.
Fat and Sassy.
Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy here alongside Greg Burgess.
Fat and Sassy.
A couple of things to point out. Man Church, real busy tonight. There's several Man Church services. Listen to these cities, and if you fall into one of these categories or close by, maybe check it out. Rick Burgess, our very own, will be in Birmingham tonight at Lakeside Baptist, Northside Baptist, and Jasper, Rich Wingo. And then yours truly will be First Baptist Opelika, Alabama. So looking forward to that, spending some time with you men in Opelika, Alabama. And for all those details, themanchurch.com. Greg, I don't even know where you want to go. I've got a couple of stories here.
Well,
you're reading one over there. You've always got one
these are
story
interesting.
during the. Well, I want to hear about it.
You know, football season started.
It
I don't
has.
know about that. Portland State. Are they FCS or they – I can't remember if they still are. But anyway,
I don't know.
It's a smaller school. Coach Bruce Barnum, this is what he picked up a win Saturday. But
It's
he
PT,
also –
son.
it sounds like it. Only if you go by this. That is a great point, by the way. He went on a radio show and basically told the fans that he will buy them a beer if they go and say they heard him on this particular radio show. And he said, I'll do it. If you go up and say, I heard Coach Barnum on this show, I'll buy you a beer. He showed the receipt. He got the receipt after the game from Barney's Beer Garden. Must be in the stadium. $14,448.
Oh, my goodness.
So a lot of people took him up on his offer. And like he said, hey, he expected it, no big deal. They don't know if they're going to – he's obviously can't do it every week.
No.
They don't know if they're going to make it an opening day tradition. And if they do, probably a good idea to get some sponsors
Tie
involved.
sponsor to it for sure.
But anyway, so, yeah, he got it talking on the radio and threw it out there, and they took him up on it to a tune of over $14,000.
Wow. That's a big bill.
And they did win the game. So that'd been bad to pay.
What is the biggest bill you've ever been handed and you thought, wow, outside of wedding? I don't want to hear wedding.
No, you're talking about
or
it's
anything,
like
just
eating
like you're at a
somewhere?
restaurant and you're handed the bill and you think, wow, that hurt a little more than I thought it would. 2 bills?
Between 102 probably for
That's
me, because
me.
I'm not a big,
Me either. That's why I know there's a drastic deal between $14,000 and $200, but I remember eating.
I like to be the guy when there's a crowd to grab the tab and go, hey, it's on me.
Yeah.
I like, sometimes you can do that, sometimes you can't.
Well,
most of the time I can't. But
where are you at with these guys that they do the credit card thing where everybody throws the credit card in and they put it in and pick it out. Whoever you pick has to pay for it.
I don't know that. I kind of like
That's
the
fun.
sound of that.
I've done that with some of my buddies for lunch before.
Ooh.
We used to have a
Speedy wouldn't be able to participate because
No.
it wouldn't have anything to drop in there.
serious business. Prior to here, we had anywhere from 4 to 6 guys from my work that we would go eat lunch together.
Yeah.
We were very close. All of us were close and all that, and we would do that where we would throw a credit card in like a hat
And just
and mix them up, and
whoever
then
comes out
somebody
agrees to
would.
pay.
That's
That's
it.
a good idea. I like that.
It was fun. So
Like I say, you actually have to have your wallet to participate.
sure,
Yeah.
Speedy's completely out on that.
Yeah, that make no difference to him.
Have you ever heard of the Blue Zones diet?
I have not. I've heard, boy, there's a different diet out there every day.
So I
isn't
think this is one of those trends
Blue
out there.
Zone.
Blue Zones diet. This is the diet that's
there? Not to be
based.
confused with the dog bowl diet.
Right. And I didn't know. I've heard this this term before, Blue Zones diet, but I didn't know what that meant.
Yeah.
Blue Zones diet is based on the eating patterns of people living in the blue zones. And we're going to tell you where that is in a minute. But basically, this is the parts of the world where people live the longest. Costa Rica, Okinawa, just Japan in general, Sardinia, Italy,
The blue zones.
Greece. I don't know where. Do you know where Loma Linda, California is?
I've heard of it. I have no idea.
That's
where
in
it
the
is.
that's in this blue zone
Really?
discussion. Yeah.
Huh.
So they're eating mostly whole food and plant-based diet is what they're doing, and whole grains, corn, wheat,
Sounds really
rice,
terrible.
greens, sweet potatoes, beans.
Oh, God.
Anyway, I'm
not going to the blue zone.
I'm not either, but I've heard this. This is one of those things that's kicking up some interest for people. We'll try something.
I mean, there's so many. They all show up. Hey, here it is. Keto. Hey, here's this. Here's that. I mean, come on.
The other
What are you
thing,
gonna do?
the other thing I have to get in. This is funny to me. You're not giving me enough on
There's
this.
the taco tattoo diet.
No, if there was a taco tattoo diet that I could lose 20 pounds, I'd jump all over that.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, so a man is because of quarantine and stuff like that goes to live with his grandparents. Okay, his grandparents. So they're leaving for the day or whatever, and so they write him this sweet little note. You know how we'll leave notes to our family members or whatever.
Some are nicer than others.
They are, and so one of the things in here has caught the attention of people because in it's about the third paragraph. It says, "Help yourself to anything you want. You are almost like family." No.
Time out. If you're my grandparents,
right,
that makes us family. Not almost.
Absolutely. So I don't know if they were trying to be funny in that,
or they just
hadn't seen him in a while,
almost like family,
or they could have forgot he was part of the family.
They don't consider that generation family. Only their children. I don't know. Almost like
help
family.
yourself to anything you want. You are almost like family.
Well, I would just went ahead and help myself to anything I want then, since I'm almost like family.
She goes on to say there are figs in the fridge and more on the trees behind the greenhouse if you need them.
Yeah, you can go out there. You're almost like family.
Have
at it. Get what you want. Help yourself. Well, there you go. He's almost like family.
All right. Well, we've got.
What if your grandmother told you that?
I know.
How
about Big Day here? Dan Moultrie. I've seen him.
I saw him come through.
He had food. He had a big plate of food for us.
Match Moultrie coming up.
Cliff Sims will join us at some point today.
I think Dan and Cliff are actually going to sing a duet.
Greg, that's funny.
I think they are.
It may happen.
Yeah.
All right, don't go anywhere. We'll pay some bills. We'll be right back. Hang with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. How about you? Thanks for being with us. We got lots to do, including some opportunities that are out there for you maybe to win something cool right out of the gate on the show today. But we start this hour with the national anthem. Minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 27 years and still here. Hey, look, still throwing jabs, still swinging some haymakers, still swinging. As we continue to go, the show that everyone keeps saying, certainly it must end soon. How is this show still on the air when so many have fallen by the wayside? Well, some of it is the others were able to retire. We have not gotten there. And you know what? We've made a living off low expectations. Nobody really expects much from us, and we deliver. All right, so we got Helmsy. We got the real Greg Burgess. We got Adler. Speedy is still away helping with his dad, and he'll be back. Might not be till next week, but we'll see. Today, we're a little shocked that one Daniel Moultrie has returned. Dan's back. I've never seen Dan show up this soon. I'm trying to figure out what his angle is because I know Moultrie's got one. But anyway, the good news for all of you today is that we get an opportunity to match Moultrie again. So we'll I guess. I mean, I hadn't even looked at the paperwork. I guess he's matching again today. So we'll look at that. I know we're going to talk about some stuff, something to do with some federal stuff involving hunting and fishing. So we'll do that. So if you love the great outdoors, we'll chat with Moultrie, and Chuck Sykes will be with us again. Always a lot of information there. And then a chance to match Moultrie on the program today. But first, look right here. Look right there. We must get on the air. The Silver Tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How are you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Come on in.
wonder. Tell you what, that last little album he's got out there,
it's kicker, isn't it?
I've had some people that said, "Thank y'all for introducing me to that album."
And I don't know how he has time to do his podcast.
Look, today that could happen based on Cliff Sims being on the show today.
Yeah, I will tell you today may be one of the most unusual shows we've had in a long time.
I don't know.
Just if you look at the topics we've got to cover today.
Yes.
As you mentioned, Dan Moultrie will be up very shortly. He's got some rock star here on Zoom we're going to be talking to.
Yeah.
And Cliff Sims.
I don't even know what to do with that.
He's been a publisher. He had a online news service. Then went into managing political candidates. Then ended up at the White House. Was one of Trump's right-hand men.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we saw that firsthand. Was instrumental in getting us to the White House, and then wrote a tell-all book. Was
Team of Vipers
jettisoned from the White House friendlies,
Mm-hmm.
and then somehow made up. Which
Right.
doesn't happen with the Trumps a lot.
Well, I think what happened was I think Trump got mad about the book without reading the book.
Right.
And
Well,
then,
that could happen.
And then when he discovered the book,
Are you
wasn't
saying don't judge the book by the cover?
that you know what? There it is. An old analogy that still stands
Still
true.
good. Still good. So then he goes back into the Director of National Intelligence Office, which, Rick, is the group that is they oversee the CIA and the FBI and the NSA.
Right.
And now you're telling me that Cliff is coming here today because he's got an album coming out?
I'm going to go back to.
I understand?
I'm going to
that
go back
right?
to the day it
because
happened.
I'm getting a little.
You're all over it, Bub.
I don't know if I'm having COVID fog, deja vu, but I feel real weird right now, kind of like I've been riding around with hymns.
Yeah, right. There you go. Can I just tell you guys this? You know how sometimes you just can't transition to what everybody wants you to transition to?
Right.
I'm having a hard time on this one. It's like I'm not willing to accept what I'm going to talk to Cliff Sims about today. It's like I can't transition. I can't transition to Cliff Sims pop star
Releasing a song.
a song.
I just can't.
Yeah, and now he claims that this was before all the stuff we just named. That before he was in politics, he was in music, had some sort of band,
and this is
and was
where,
on MTV or something.
He is the modern day most interesting man.
This
Could
is
be.
where it gets weird too, because one of our Congressman Barry Moore, who represents I believe it's the 2nd District in Alabama, which is the southeastern part up
Right.
to Elmore County, who my daughter interned with this summer. When we went up and met Barry and his wife, and we had dinner and was just talking general stuff, Cliff's name came up. And he said, I've known Cliff and his best friend BJ for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I said, really? He said, you should have seen them when they dressed like they were rap stars and tried to be rappers. I was their Sunday school teacher when they dressed like Eminem.
Okay.
And so when this music thing was brought up, that came back to mind. And I'm like, so I'm really.
Guys, I'll even add to it, and Cliff and
Very
BJ
confusing
can correct me if I'm wrong, okay? But I'm pretty sure Cliff played college basketball, and BJ was a college basketball coach. If you want to just throw something extra in there,
I don't know what to do.
I'm pretty sure that's right.
I feel like we're on a hipster version of Dirty Jobs.
I don't understand
And it's just, we're covering a wide gambit of things here.
I don't know why Moultrie's back 2 weeks in a row.
Right.
I don't know why Cliff Sims is a pop star now, and I certainly don't understand Gary Palmer's hip hop album. Okay, none of this makes sense.
Now,
to me.
and let me tell you, it even gets stranger because the last time
Somebody said Gary Palmer's now a motivational speaker. What's going on?
Cliff was when he was in the Director of National Intelligence Office, was when they were writing the release of forms and documents and declassifying all the information for the UFO report that came out. So Cliff was involved with that too. If that doesn't make it even
I don't
stranger.
know.
I know.
I'll tell you what it was. I think what's happened is I thought that Cliff Sims had moved completely into an arena and completely left an old arena and he's gone back to it.
Has he circled back around?
I'll tell you this: I saw the BJ guy, and we've met him and known him over the years. And the last time I saw him, he was very much in a suit. Every time I saw him,
and they were doing radio stuff.
Yeah. I saw him the other day at a restaurant with Cliff, and he's got the samurai long hair pullback thing,
really?
A long beard, and was dressed like Adler. So I don't know what's going on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us. Wheel of Meat still has not spun this week. It will spin before the week is over. So FYI on that. Look over there. There's old Dan Moultrie. I mean, coming back 2 weeks in a row. Dan Moultrie is
eating good. I know that.
He's back. He's back again. Dan, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Good morning.
Welcome back.
How are you?
You know what? You get this kind of weather outside for me in Alabama.
Yeah.
See, this is the weather that comes every year that makes me renew to live here one more time. Because during the summer, I'm ready to move.
Hey,
I'm ready to go.
I woke up and I thought I was in Colorado when I opened the door. It's just like it this morning.
Guys,
it's as good as it gets.
The dog and I have the same reaction to this weather. We jump up in the air, we run. There's energy that we hadn't had in months.
How's Buddy doing?
He is jumping up in the air and doing this because
Is his health good?
You know what? Well, yes, it is. He's hanging on. Every time I think that he's going to doggy heaven, he bounces back.
That'll have a while.
Betty's wanted to get her hands on that dog for years.
Well, you know what? Since Sherry's going to be out of town, we may make that happen. Because there's nothing I love more to be able to do anything I want to do, but I have to limit it because the question that hangs over me: what about the dog? Got to check on the dog. What about the dog? Anybody let the dog out? Anybody fed the dog? What about the dog? Has the dog got his 8 medications? What about the dog? Dog. What about the dog? I got the dog.
I got
the OG.
If you want to run him good, I got a puppy that can take care of it.
Yeah, but you know how
about
it is.
energy.
If you have dogs, see what we forget, especially in the deep South, we've basically brought them into a excruciating heat. Especially dogs with long hair and stuff, and then all of a sudden now we know in Alabama, just some of you may be new to our state, new to Mississippi, you're new to the Panhandle, and all this. In Louisiana, this is not going to last.
No,
it's going. This is not the official. Now we go into
cruel joke.
like some of y'all have seasons.
This
and
is
they
a tease, Rick.
And,
We call it
and once they
tease.
start, they go till they finish.
No,
in Alabama, we'll throw 4 seasons at you in a week, and we will get hot again. I've already seen the forecast for next week. Next week,
It's coming again.
but I'm going to enjoy these next few days. I mean, I've got a new energy. The way I feel right now when the weather's like this is the way I wish I always felt.
Yeah.
Rick, when people move here from other places, I always tell them, I said, there's something you need to keep in your car: a coat and a pair of shorts.
Yes.
Because you never know which one you're going to need.
You know what I tell them? I said, now let me warn you, except for days like today, September, usually about 90% of it is just August again.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, we are having beautiful weather in Sweet Home, Alabama, which has got us all fired up. I hope no matter where you're watching or listening to this that you're doing well, too. Now, Moultrie, we need to hit this. If you are listening to us or watching us and you're in a market near Mark's Outdoors, which is located, a couple miles from the studio?
Miles, yeah, close.
From the studio. We've had a long-standing relationship with Mark's Outdoors. The Moultrie team will be on site coming up tomorrow, which will be Friday if you're listening to this live, or if it's an archive. I'm talking about Friday this week. So what's going to happen there?
They're going to any questions, any problem, any setup, just like before. And as the Moultrie team works through many places in the U.S., March is the stop this week. You got any problems, any questions? Go see them in person.
All right,
They'll get you handled.
So any Moultrie mobile customer service stuff, the team will be there. And if you're like me, and even though they're simple, you'd like just to, it makes you feel good to talk to somebody in person. You can do that 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Central Time.
Get your Moultrie Mobile up.
Yeah, tomorrow at Mark's Outdoors, not far from here. So now we're bringing back, Bubba, we love when Chuck Sykes is on the team.
Chucky boy.
Alabama's director of the wildlife and freshwater fisheries, and he is back. Chuck Sykes, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
I'm not there in person with you.
I know, Chuck. We miss you. Just your presence brings your presence brings a calmness.
Chuck's so busy with this new federal program he's doing. He doesn't have time.
Well, there's something about when you're here, Chuck. It's like Moultrie's attempt to hotbox us on something is diluted a little bit. You know what I mean? It's like you're kind of like somebody we can go to protect us. But anyway, we do want to get into that. We're going to talk about that the rest of this session, and then I know there'll be more. We'll come back. So, Chuck, tell us a little bit about this new federal program. What in the world is R3?
Well, Rick, R3 is recruitment, retention, and reactivation of hunters, fishermen, and target shooters. It's been a nationwide issue for the past couple of decades that folks like us are aging out. We're not replacing ourselves as fast as we need to.
Yeah.
And y'all know, and we've talked about it for years on here, hunters and fishermen in the past have paid the lion's share of wildlife management throughout the country by buying equipment. Well, we're getting to a point now where we're aging out faster than we're replacing ourselves, and we've had to take some pretty drastic steps to try to reverse that trend. And R3 is the national movement to try to reverse that trend of lost hunters, shooters, and anglers.
Chuck, what does that look like, though? How does that actually play out?
Well, each state is doing things a little differently. In Alabama, we made a conscious decision after I got there that, we've been doing kids programs for decades. And if kids programs really worked, we wouldn't be experiencing this issue.
Right.
So we made a conscious decision to start targeting adults. And when I say adults, that's anyone from 18, 19, 20 years old up to, we've had participants in their 60s come through our programs. But we made a focus to go after people who, one, have a job, two, can afford to do this, and three, they set their own schedule. If they choose to want to learn to hunt and fish, they can. I'm not saying that we're eliminating kids programs, because we're not. They have their place there. But the way we're looking at it, if we take a 10-year-old kid out hunting or fishing or to the range to shoot, it's 6 years before that kid has to have a license. So if mother and daddy don't have the finances to help them grow in their chosen sport, or they don't have the desire to do it, we've got to wait 6 years before that kid actually has the opportunity to go back and do it again.
All
we
right.
can't wait that long. We need something now. So we're going after the adults, and it's working for us here.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that when we come back more, and we'll talk a little bit about why do we think we have this problem. I have some theories, and Chuck, why I think this approach is also is twofold on why it will be probably more effective than just going after the children. So I commend the new strategy, and we'll talk about R3 more in detail when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Dan Moultrie's back with us. A chance to match Moultrie is coming up today, so be paying attention for that. But right now we're talking with Chuck Sykes, who's the Alabama's Director of Wildlife and Freshwater Fisheries. But this is a national issue that we're trying to address federally with the R3 program. And Chuck, when we went to the break, you were saying, we tried going to children's programs to get children engaged in hunting and fishing, and there's certainly nothing wrong with that. But and that's going to continue. But you gave the obvious, issue is that a child it's going to be a while before that child is an adult. And, the way we all learned hunting and fishing was a generational thing where our granddaddy told our daddy who took his sons, who took their sons, who took their sons. And we're not seeing as much of that just with my own experience. And I was telling the guys in the break, I think this approach sounds similar. I know it includes women. It's not just men, but I want to take the men's side of that too, is, we've been doing this deal with themanchurch.com because I think even the church kind of spent all their strategy focused on children, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think they discovered pretty quick, if dad's not on board, you can send those kids back to that house, and if dad's not on board, he will stifle it. There's nothing really more powerful than adults who like to hunt and fish than teaching children to hunt and fish, their own children or their grandchildren or their nieces and their nephews. So this seems to be a strategy, maybe, like you said, that's refocused in the right direction. Go get adults excited about hunting and fishing, and then you'll almost take care of the children part of it.
And Rick, that's what we found. It like y'all's success with the man church, ours with hunting and fishing. If mama takes a active role in it, the family takes an active role in it. So probably 40% of our participants have been females, and it goes a long way. A lot of them have actually been single mothers that did not grow up hunting and fishing, but want to be able to teach their kids how to hunt and fish and how to be sustainable. That's one thing that I had to get a grasp on when we first started, that most people don't hunt now or don't start hunting for the same reasons we did. For the thrill of being outdoors, for the thrill of the hunt. They are more wanting to be self-sustaining. They're wanting to know where their protein comes from. They're wanting to fill their freezer. So we've had to adapt the way we actually teach and how we talk to people, because it's a lot different talking to a 40-year-old man that's never hunted before than a 10-year-old kid. So we've had to go through some learning processes with this, but with our new programs, the hunt, learn, shoot to learn, and fish to learn, it's been going really good. One thing now, Rick, and I know y'all have probably talked about this as well, but over the past year, there's been like 8 million new first-time gun owners throughout the country.
Oh, yeah, we talked about that a lot.
And a lot of these people have no idea how to safely use that gun. They just felt the need to have one for home protection and for self-protection. So our Hunter Ed division started teaching basic firearms classes this year at our shooting ranges. And so far, about 95% of those people that have participated have never purchased a license before. And this gives us an opportunity to talk about hunting and fishing with these shooters, because in order to utilize one of our community archery parks or our public shooting ranges, you have to have some type of a license, either a hunting license, a fishing license, or a heritage license, because that's how we paid for those properties and those amenities, is by hunting and fishing license dollars. So it gives us an opportunity to spread the word about how hunters and anglers have been funding conservation for decades. So 95% of these people have never bought a license. And you and Bubba, we talked about it in the break, y'all have already bought your current license this year. Well, when you are online, it gives you an opportunity to round up or to donate to wildlife management or fisheries management. 95% of these people are doing both, and they're even buying a hard card, because once they understand how important those license sales are to us providing services to the citizens of Alabama, it's a no-brainer. They do it and do it gladly. So it's given us an opportunity to talk to these non-hunters, and whether they hunt or not really is irrelevant, as long as they understand the importance of buying that license. That's what we really need to get across to people.
Chuck, are y'all picking up any inner city people that are, with the reality TV shows that are on now and that are intrigued? You get inner city people that are intrigued by like Mountain Men or some of the reality shows, but y'all here, I see y'all are giving an opportunity for those people now to learn how to do that. And so I think we'll pick up some participation from that arena. Is that right or wrong?
Oh, absolutely. I'd say 90% of our participants in either the Learn to Hunt workshops or the firearms fundamental classes or the Learn to Fish, they're coming from Huntsville, Birmingham, Mobile. They're coming from the larger cities. Mm-hmm. And with our Go Fish program, we can actually go to them. It's kind of hard to go hunting in downtown Birmingham, but with the Go Fish program, we can actually, we have 2 trailers with all the fishing equipment in it, and we can go to the cities that have a pond somewhere, or even in the parking lot of an Academy Sports. We've done several events just teaching how to cast, teaching how to tie knots, teaching what baits and lures to use. So we're trying to get to those people. Of course, our Learn to Hunt and the shooting sports, they have to come to us, but we have not seen an issue with people from the cities that have never had any experience doing it. They're wanting to learn, so we're trying to provide that opportunity for them.
Well, so, Chuck, are you, when you're fishing out there in the parking lot, is it catch and release or what? What are you doing?
It's catch and release only. The little cutouts of the fish with the magnet on them, they don't taste real good.
But Chuck, we put information in show notes because I know all across the country there's people, and you guys have hit on it, and it's one thing I really hadn't thought about. There's a whole different approach to being interested in hunting and fishing now. I think, and you see this, there's a lot of people that are concerned about the times we live in, and they just would like to be a little more self-sufficient if they had to be or needed to be, and could help with because you can know how to, you can go out and do it recreationally, and that's fine. But if you don't really know how to, like you say, handle weapons, you don't know how to clean a fish, you don't know how to prepare deer, you don't know how to do that part of it. You may not have access to somebody else who can do it for you. You may need to learn to do all that yourself.
But what Chuck's got the Game and Fish doing, especially in Alabama, Rick, this is a part that I think should never be missed. This isn't your Game and Fish from 40 years ago. Mm-hmm. They're treating the end user as customers now, and going back in, and if they've quit, they're going to go back in and get them back in the game. And it's a whole new approach. But that's how it's got to be done. Yeah, is run it like a business like that.
Yeah, and so if you want to find out where about these programs and the R3 program, again, it's a federal program. It's not just in our state. There should be some form of this going on wherever you are. If you go to rickandbubba.com and you look under show notes, we're going to link you so you can go in and see these different programs, because there's programs under recruitment, there's programs under retention, reactivation. So you see those 3 R's, but then the specific information for you to participate is there. So it's never too late. And a lot of times you think, well, I missed the window on learning to hunt and fish. It's never too late. And then you can become generational in your own family. But like if your parents didn't do this, well, maybe you be the parent that starts it. Mm-hmm. And there's a great way you can participate. So, Chuck, thanks. I think it's a great strategy. I think it's important. This is, you can't just sit back and say, well, I wonder why we're losing people who desire to do this. There's all kinds of forces that I think are pushing people away from it. And then what you said, like you said, Dan, we gotta come back and say, well, we need to have a strategy to go back and show people why they should be involved in it.
Go against those forces, the market forces. And I don't think it's necessarily anybody's out to get it as much as it's just the way things are.
That's right.
Right. I mean, we're not looking for a straw man. It's just drifting that way.
Yeah, well, there has been a propaganda to demonize, but then again, like you say,
well, that's been
that's been going on for a while. But you also, like, to counter that, really, like I've said, there's also a lot of programming out there, I think, that are getting people interested in it.
Yeah.
So it, it kind of.
Do you think the availability of land, has the family farm that's kind of disappeared hurt some of that, Chuck, you think?
Bubba, it has. It's the whole, going from the country to the urban environment. People just, they didn't grow up like we did, playing in the creek from daylight to dark, or taking a BB gun and leaving at daylight and wandering the neighborhoods and wandering through the little small patches of woods. Those days are about over with. So what we're finding is the people that are coming to us now had no experience with it as a kid. They made some money. They bought 40 acres. They bought 100 acres. And now they want to be, as Rick said, a little more self-sufficient. And when they go and look online at outdooralabama.com, we've got learn to hunt, learn to shoot, and learn to fish as tabs that'll carry you to everything you need to know.
Simple. Just
in our mentored hunting workshops, we've had people from 7 states come, and as far away as New Jersey.
There you go.
So there's a need for this. And we're trying to fill it. And I appreciate y'all giving us the opportunity to talk about it on the air.
Got to, especially with a gun. Safety is such an important part.
All that's in show notes. Chuck, thanks a lot. Appreciate you being with us, buddy. We're going to come back.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Chuck.
Good to see you, man.
And Chuck, pray for us. We're about to do a match moultrie segment.
It's trivia. It's trivia.
Oh, my goodness. So we'll do that when we come back. The information about these programs are at rickandbubba.com under show notes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. HelloFresh.com. HelloFresh.com, man. I'm going to talk about a great way to do meal planning. You're going to love this. If you've never tried HelloFresh.com, now's the time. All you do is go to HelloFresh.com, and you'll see they have 50 different options for you every week for things to eat, snacks, some suggestions for you. And the beautiful thing is that they send every meal that you select to you with recipe cards that are easy to follow, everything that you need in a bag for each meal. You're still preparing it. But here, there's no longer, hey, I'm at the grocery store. What do we need for this? What's the recipe? It's all right there and everything you need in there, and then you just follow the recipe. It's a great way to meal plan. It's a great way to save money on your total food bill. And it's also a great way to teach your kids how to cook. You can get up to 14 free meals plus free shipping by simply using the promo code BUBBA. That's up to 14 free meals for free and free shipping using Bubba. So go to HelloFresh.com, use the promo code BUBBA. And start using this incredible service. And you can customize it. You're not locked into every week I get this many meals or I'm locked into this long. You literally plan week to week and even say I don't need anything this week if you're going to go out of town or whatever. HelloFresh.com or look for that link. Here we go. Matching Moultrie.
Oh, and Rick, we got a curve today.
This is a dandy.
What am I going to do with this guy?
This is weird to me. I don't know what's going on.
It fits in perfect with the weirdness of the whole day today.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with this show today.
No, I don't either.
really-
I feel like we have a fog in here or something. I don't know what
You
it
know
is.
what I keep saying to myself? Hi, today's 75.
No. Hey,
You
guys.
know,
Rick, this trivia question today is a result of how good a job y'all did last week.
Here we go. This is where
That's it.
This is
Well, that's
where
an interesting
Dan and
take
Ease.
on
Let me
it
tell you
right there.
something.
There it is.
Beware of those who flag.
Helms and Freeze,
All right, so here's the deal. Here's what everybody wants to know. What in the world am I going to win? You're going to win a Delta cellular camera. This is the new Delta.
which are hard to get.
You're going to get batteries, and we're going to get you 16 gigabytes of memory there on the SD card, right?
Yes, that's right.
Did I say that?
Sounds good. You got it.
I'm really coming along on this kind of stuff.
you know, hey, Bill, I know you picked up on this. When Rick said it earlier, he said, I'm getting to, these people where I can do my no, you still want to go hand your camera to somebody, and if they'd hand it back ready to go, Rick.
No. If I may go by Mark's Outdoors tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And just say, here you go, set this thing up. For me.
Well, you know you can bring it, and I'll program it for you, Rick. I'll even give each little camera its own little number. Rick 1, Rick 2.
When Rick was saying it, I thought, oh, wait a minute. That's
Do you know I've lost one of my Moultrie Mobile setups? I don't know where it is. I mean, I had it set up, and I think somebody stole it off a tree. I'm not sure.
Gary.
Well, you know, Moultrie has an answer for that, Rick.
right.
You have boxes that you mount them in to the tree.
Hey, I'm telling you down here, if it's down in Chilton County, they'll steal you blind. They'll steal the hat right off top of your head.
You know, Gary's just recovering from COVID. Did you know that?
Yeah, I knew that.
I talked to him yesterday, but he may call us tomorrow.
The camera may be in Gary's truck.
Hey,
That may be where it went, Rick.
I wish you'd have heard Gary trying to say monoclonal infusion.
Oh, I bet
Monoclonal antibodies.
hey, I put Gwen on that Mongolay, and I just said that. I know what you're talking about.
All right, so Moultrie and the folks at Moultrie are just obsessed with battery life. And so if you remember...
Well, that's a big issue, Rick. It really is.
If you remember last week, we gave you 9 tips on how to prolong battery life.
That will help.
That will help.
Yes.
Okay.
And the first caller knocked it out
Knocked
and
it
got
out
all
of the park.
nine.
Or wham.
We got 7, and we asked him to name the other 2, and I think he got one of them.
And there was one little tricky one.
Right.
That's right.
What do you want to do about the 9? How many you want to ask for today? We're going to do the same question
It ought to be
because
9.
we're trying to do reps.
Your first guy got it last time. Right?
And how about this? Dan wants him to have to get all 9.
Yeah, absolutely.
What about 8?
Let's go 8.
The board's lit up. Every one of them
Yeah,
can
but
do
they
9.
just calling. They don't know what they're in for.
They can do it.
They don't know what they're in for. All right, so let's try Nick. Nick's in Alabama.
They think they're winning a CD from Cliff Sims.
Coach Saban. That's so good. Coach Saban, is this you, Nick from Alabama? Coach Saban. Nick.
Hey, Coach. Good
Hey,
morning.
Coach. Nick from Alabama. Tell us 8 of the 9 tips that Dan Moultrie told you last week about that will prolong the battery life.
Man, I can't remember what I had for breakfast. All right. The battery choice,
Okay, yep, that's one.
You need the
Lithium.
okay, the battery
lithium.
choice.
Lithium.
Reduce the frequency.
Yep, that's
of the,
two. That's
of the
two.
cameras.
That's two.
The let's see, the detection delay.
That's three.
Tell him what you told him last week. Hell.
Same guy.
Yeah,
Just reading them all.
The PIR sensitivity.
Oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah, that's four.
Yeah, clearly reading.
No doubt.
That's 4, right?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Burst mode.
Yep, that's 5.
All right. Let's see. The image resolution. Lower it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's 6.
iPad's working.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see.
He's got to go 9 if he
How about
wants to
format the card regularly?
What did you just say?
Format the card. That is one of them.
Format the
Yeah,
card.
yeah, there you go. Was that 7?
How many I got to get?
9.
You got to get
8 out of 9.
You got to get 8 out of 9.
But hey, if you want the bonus, we sent the guy last week a bonus package.
Oh, that's
so
true.
You got to get 9.
If you want the bonus.
So you're at 7, right?
Yeah, he just needs one more.
Yeah, I got 7. The lithium batteries,
You already did that.
frequency, video mode. How about the video mode?
There you go. That's it. Yeah,
That'll
that's
work.
That's
That's
8.
one.
That's 8. So you won. Do you want to go for the extra package to see if you can get all 9? You're missing one.
Man, y'all help me out like y'all helped the other guy out last week.
No, you got 8 out of 9. I mean, you got all you need. I mean, that was this next one's just bonus. You've won the camera. So
Boy,
you're,
Ashley's bonus package
Okay.
was
Okay.
special. You better dig deep. here.
I remember this because Dan was laughing about it. Oh,
That's right.
I'm sorry, guys. I can't bring it back.
You can't get the bonus. That's fine. You won the camera though. You got 8 out of 9.
Good job. Good job.
You were missing the burst mode.
I said the first mode.
Oh, did you? Okay. Well, I don't know which one you missed.
Yeah.
Then. I don't remember. Is it maybe upload frequency? Did you miss upload frequency? Which one did you miss? I can't remember.
That is the only one I didn't remember him saying.
Yeah, it might have
because
been
he got PR.
Upload, yeah.
Yeah,
he
maybe
got PR.
I think you didn't get reduced upload frequency, but you got everything else. You got what you needed, Nick. That's the bottom line. You got the camera, buddy. Dan Moultrie, good to
job,
see you
Nick.
again, buddy. See you
Thanks,
next
Rick.
week.
See you
I'm
next
just-
week.
Thank you, Nick.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You got Rick and Bubba. 6 minutes past the hour, 27 years, and moving on. Moving the chains. Let's move the chains. First down, Rick and Bubba. Helmsy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here. Wheel of Meat still hasn't spun. Could happen today or definitely will tomorrow if we don't get it done today, if it doesn't happen. So be paying attention to that. Also, men, I know we were just talking a little hunting, fishing, but I know women like that too. Man churches everywhere tonight. I'll be over at Lakeside Baptist, just off Acton Road in Birmingham, Alabama, the home of 104.7 WZZK steak dinner tonight. And they said that they've got enough steaks that if you hadn't gotten your ticket but you still want to, you certainly can. Those details are at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Helmsy will be at First Baptist Opelika tonight. I'm not sure if they're doing, they eat.
Hey, Rick, steak and all the fixings.
All right, steak and the fixings.
Doors
there.
open at 5.
Doors open at 5, and then Rich Wingo up in Jasper at Northside Baptist tonight. So 3-man churches going on tonight. Get out, participate, guys. Have a great time together and enjoy, in some cases, great food. All right, so, Bubba, you said you wanted to talk to us about something.
Well, I just wanted to know how y'all handle something because it's one of the unspeakables. It's something
it's an unspoken?
That, when you get to our age or a little bit older, you have to deal with it sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But we've talked about it some before, but the topic is nose hair. And
thank goodness! I thought we were going to talk about why we can't wear khaki pants anymore.
That was
another one.
Okay.
There's several.
Two popped into my mind immediately, and
there's several
one,
elephants in the room.
Yeah.
But I noticed my nose kind of running the other day, and I thought, it's ragweed season and all that. It was itching a little bit, so I looked in the mirror and I thought, well, my goodness, no wonder the garden has bloomed here.
Oh yeah, buddy.
And
why is that?
And had to. I've got a little thing you get up in there.
Yeah, a little trimmer.
Cut it back. It's kind of like cutting the grass.
Yeah. Now we have to weed eat our nose.
Yeah, and that's basically
yank it. It's better, but it hurts.
I've been doing that for years. I don't think this is an age thing.
No. For me, it is. I've never had this. Yeah, I'm with Bubba.
Well, goodness, mine's going to be a farce at some point.
And also here, eyebrows. I'll look in eyebrows. I'll have something pointing.
Yeah.
I'll have something it looks like a tower of a radio.
Hey, keep an eye on the ears too.
Oh yeah,
the ears to get away from you.
Well, you can't see those as good, and you don't notice, but. When your nose gets to itching and you're like, well, and you look and you think, well, my goodness, who fertilized the yard?
Absolutely.
And
have you ever seen people get it right here on their nose?
Yeah,
At least I'm not there yet.
So I've got this little cutter you go up in there and basically
Manscaped.
weed eat,
No, Greg.
Well, as I had to explain to Betty, that is not Manscaped.
But that is a brand name that makes
it's a type of manscaping.
Well,
it is.
It could be, I guess, but that's not the commonly
it's not.
name for that.
No.
I got you.
So, but I remember as a kid when I used to go to the barber shop.
Yeah.
And this is when the old guy he had the white collar on and he had the belt, and they give you the straight shape. That they would do something like with a flame up your nose to burn it out. I remember seeing them do some kind of flame looking thing.
Oh, come on.
When I was a little kid.
That may be a weird
and
dream
I thought,
you had.
well, I don't want that done. And, you're
you
like,
mean tell me
too
they
young.
burnt the hair out of their nose?
They did.
How about
somehow.
I'd like to
that wouldn't surprise me because those men were so much tougher than we are now.
It was a flash fire. It went like that, and it was over.
It's almost like when a magician has that fire.
Yeah, and they go, "Thank you," and they rub their nose, and it's over.
Well, see the men of that era. Hey,
I'm telling you, they did that, Greg. They did it. Mr. Kelly did it. I saw him do it.
Bubba,
he was my second barber after Mr. Henderson.
Right,
that is barber.
Great.
And they had that tight. They looked like a surgeon almost.
They had that thing with the blue water in it with all the combs.
And you had the barber pole outside.
You remember we used to go to the Razor's Edge? We used to go to the Razor's Edge.
We sure did.
But back to this again.
That's right before Joe Grimes started pulling dimes out of my ear.
Right. That's funny. But in those days, there it was. In those days, those men had won 2 world wars.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they would say, "You want me to continue to pull nose hairs out? How about this? Just set them on fire."
Yeah, burn them out.
They just burn them out.
Controlled
Rick,
burn.
but
that's right.
What
burn them out.
Rick,
But,
we
Bubba,
talked
think
about
you're
this one time
misremembering.
before. What
I'm
process was that they burned the nose hair?
Now, Bubba, I don't remember that.
I'm willing to try it if somebody will come up here and do
but
it.
y'all are having it too, right? It's not just me.
yeah.
No,
What's been going on?
I have hair growing out of my nose and in my eyebrows that I don't even know. And Brian Regan did a bit on this. He said apparently they can grow like overnight.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, he said like does no one notice that I've got a giant piece of hair growing out of my forehead? And then all of a sudden,
Wait
it's
a
just
minute, was
there.
that my head getting a haircut?
I think
right
it
there,
was.
That was my head.
I think it was.
What was that doing out there?
What are you doing getting a haircut?
Well, okay, he's burning it up.
There's the fire.
No, it's
Bubba,
not burning.
There it is. Yes, it
They're
is.
singeing it like you would a rope.
They're
Look at the
singeing it.
flame. There's
Yeah.
the flame.
Bubba, that's exactly what
But
you're
that's
talking
in
about.
my ear, though. It's not my
Well,
nose.
well, people have
Same
hair coming out of
How
their
about
ear.
I
too.
don't remember my ear being set on fire?
But I don't think that's you. That's not you.
I think it looks just
No,
like
Bubba
my
actually
head.
thought
Bubba,
he-
they-
that
you really
head
thought it
too
was you.
small.
I did. I thought
Bubba,
that was
that
my
head was too
I said,
small.
when y'all get video of me getting a haircut?
See him.
What he's showing you is this fire thing is real. They're doing it with that guy's ear, but they used to do it with the other guy's nose too.
Bubba.
It was a bigger.
traditional Turkish way of cutting hair.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
so
a
Bubba was
Turkish
in
haircut?
Turkey. When
What
he
were you
was-
doing in Turkey?
I didn't know Mr. Kelly was
You
so
didn't think-
international.
he didn't think that was him.
He did.
No, he
Bubba,
I did think
your
that was
head is
me.
not that small, or your neck.
There's no ham back there. So, what
Wait, how'd they get that footage?
But-
Not just the fact that they would have footage of you getting
the
a haircut.
whole time I thought he was kidding. The whole time I thought
I'm
he
gonna
was
tell
kidding.
myself he was.
He wasn't, by the way.
But
I,
the fire,
I want my nose burned right now.
the nose.
I'd let 'em do it, by
Listen,
the way.
the nose
Oh, I
fire
would too.
was bigger. It was like they lit it and went like that. It was like a.
Bubba didn't shoot out
It
their
was
nose.
like a flash
Bubba's got
fire.
him blowing fire. Gene
they
Simmons.
Didn't, they didn't take a
He's got it
stick
coming out
and do
the
it like
ears.
that. They didn't. It went,
That's lit it like.
yeah, it was like, and I remember sitting there going, "Wow!" And then I'd go, "I hope he's going to burn his nose."
Was
hair."
that when Kansas City won the first Super Bowl? Or
in 1969?
Yeah, but no,
Lynn Dawson was the quarterback.
what we can confirm,
Hank Scram was the coach.
what we can confirm is that
Kansas
there
City
is a
red,
process to
Minnesota
burn
white.
hair out of your ear or out of your nose. Yes, there is.
We just saw that, but
I
I don't
like
know
it.
if that was the exact one I saw.
Might not have been, but it was
that
still
was
fun.
you.
You just don't see it anymore. You just don't
Well,
see it.
we fancied up these
wow.
barber shops. They don't do stuff like that now. Like I say, the old days,
Yeah.
they'd have that.
Yeah, well, I mean, they tried to go back and make.
If you
them a
went to the
little more-
Roffler shop, they would do it.
My.
Look, let me go back to this.
I'm watching a guy actually do this right now with a Bic lighter.
Yeah.
And he'd taken it to his nose, and wow. And he's going,
I'm not doing
but
it
he's,
with a
but
big
he's doing it.
lighter.
Why not, Greg?
Well, what's wrong with that, Greg?
Okay,
It's
I'm
just a
not-
lighter.
I hate to bring this up.
It's flame up.
We
your
we
nose.
came from.
Did
such-
anybody else go to Mr. Kelly's? I don't know.
well, listen.
Hey,
We,
he
probably
peeled
lived
that knot for you.
Oh,
Let
same
me tell you
haircut
that.
for everybody.
Yeah.
Greg, I hate
Yeah.
to say this. We
You
came.
didn't have to tell him
No.
what kind of haircut.
Same hair.
Yeah.
We came from such a hardened time when men would burn hair out of their nose and all this, and some of this is not good.
Hey, burn it.
Now,
out.
now their toughness, I think we need again. But now some things weren't good. I do also remember, and y'all may honest, and right there in the barbershop, I remember being a little kid, and you'd look, and like some guy would be looking at a nudie magazine while he was getting his haircut.
Rick.
And I
Now,
remember
you and
that. I
Bubba
remember.
got
I
some
remember.
weird-
I don't really remember that.
I remember looking around thinking, but it just seemed normal. I was just like, oh yeah, there's a guy for getting his haircut. Wow, look there's a book, there's a magazine, and I remember kind of looking around thinking somebody should do something, but
There's a Sports Illustrated or Playboy.
yeah, but
Which one?
I mean,
Oh,
I
boy.
I couldn't see anything.
Look at that bunny.
I just knew that's what. I mean, you could tell that. I mean, I saw the cover, and I was like, so there was not as much a concern for kids in those days.
There wasn't. Reckon they'd be smoking all over you before while they were waiting.
Oh, there was a fog in there. What are
Yeah.
you talking
Like I
about?
said, we thought little league coaches smelled like beer. We thought that was normal. I
if
thought that
you
was
could
some, I
take-
thought that was some little league coach cologne.
Yeah, and if you took this studio and went back to say the early '70s, somebody in here would be a smoker because everybody was, and
Yes.
they would be an ashtray sitting here
Yes.
and smoke just and
Absolutely.
And we didn't think anything about
Like
it.
we talked about, you look at the
We didn't
Tonight-
think anything
You
about
would
it.
watch the Tonight Show. You could barely see the guests.
Yeah, from the
because
side.
of all the cigarette smoke. They're all
look,
smoking.
You go to the
One of
doctor's
our-
office and you smoke in the waiting room.
One of the top
Smoke on
variety
planes?
shows was Dean Martin, and he started the show with a drink and a
Yeah.
cigarette.
You remember
singing.
they smoked on airplanes,
Oh, I know. I
smoked
know.
everywhere.
Well, look, when Larry Tate showed up at
They got
the
brandy
Stevens
right
house,
out- that
they
was the
immediately
first-
poured him a drink.
I mean, the brandy immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, couldn't-
Immediately. So it was just a harder time. But yes, Bubba, I do believe that you saw people's nose hairs being burned by
I
fire.
do too.
Yes.
Of course, he remembers it.
Well, yeah.
Did it scare you a little bit?
Oh yeah, when you're a kid, you're like, hey, I ain't getting that.
You think if I get in that chair, he thinks he's doing that to me.
No, I'm not getting the nose fire treatment.
How about that? The way back of our head all look.
Oh yeah, peeled. I call it peeled.
Oh, no.
They'd run that old thing up
Oh,
over,
yeah.
rough, golly, and it had a vacuum thing that went all the way up into the ceiling.
It's like a
Remember that?
phobia ahead of
Yeah.
its time.
I think I got a nose hair I got to take out right now.
Rick and
It's
Bubba,
itching.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. Willow Meat still in play. Could happen at any time today. Bottom of the hour, we delve into another edition of Rick and Bubba Behind the Music, but this is going to be behind the politics and behind the music and it is the complicated story of Cliff Sims. So that is coming up on the program next. But right now,
Rick, I got to ask y'all about this. I seen when I was a kid, somebody was burning nose hair. I'm sorry, we've already talked about it.
Somebody claims we've done the nose hair bit like twice.
We probably have.
I thought we were talking about the hair growing out of the forehead and eyebrows.
They went as far, Rick, to say that Bubba has brought it up 2 other times, and all of us act like it's the first time.
I
This
know,
is now
yes,
the
we
third.
do.
I've mentioned during that segment we've talked about this before, but it was bothering me this morning.
Yeah, we did the Jeopardy bit.
I'm going to say this
2 or
again.
3 years in a
I'm
row.
going to say this again to the legalist out there, the Rick and Bubba legalist. Okay, we have done over 5,000 shows.
It's tough, man.
Okay,
Not to repeat.
now think about how many bits that is.
How
many
16,
segments?
16
There's
times that.
there's 16 segments for the kickoff hour. It's 20 segments a day. Now I know they have to carry the first 4 and they can kind of come and go on the others, but still.
Yeah, there's 4 people.
So there's 20 segments a day over 5,000 shows.
It's a lot.
Okay, so back off. And we're aging.
Cut us some slack.
And we're aging, and there's some people that heard the nose hair bit for the very first time.
And
okay,
and I've tried to get y'all to do it, and nobody takes me off of it. I want to do the 4 segments, the same story, and act like that we're not.
That'd be
for
great.
1 full hour, and I can't get y'all to draft with me.
Well, Greg, we just
it would drive these people
I
crazy.
think we already did.
We just did that with Moultrie's trivia question.
we did. What are y'all on that?
And Moultrie just wouldn't admit that he couldn't think of a new one. You know what I mean? He acted like it was some marketing plan.
Rick, you ain't gonna believe it.
He thought he was having some marketing plan. He
Did he
looked down
get
and
up
said-
late?
You
Was
know,
that it?
he looked down and said, "Well, I got this from last week. Let me hand it over to Rick and tell him it's a brilliant marketing plan."
Listen, Dan's face when the first caller gets it, he hates it when the first caller gets it.
Well, Dan, when you give trivia questions, all somebody has to do is Google. That doesn't help.
It is hard to have a trivia question in today's world.
Yeah, if they can go to the Moultrie website
hard.
and go down that list, I mean, that's
Well.
But you know what? I'm glad because we were able to get it done before the top of the hour.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it worked out. All right, so let's do an update. We have an update on the ongoing story, which is really bizarre.
It's a Rick and
sad.
Bubba
The-
news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
This is Brian Laundrie and girlfriend Gabby Petito. They go off on this camping, this trip around the out west. He comes back without her. They found her body. They have said it is homicide. Brian Laundrie, of course, is suspect number 1.
Well, person of interest.
Person
Rick,
of interest,
technically, yeah.
But this way we're treating Brian Laundrie is odd. I mean, I appreciate. I'm all about innocent until proven guilty, but we probably want to just keep him to hang around till we would like to ask you some questions.
Yeah,
right.
Maybe they should have kept a little closer eye on him.
Well, we now have a video of some neighbors that said he and his parents that it looked like that they were headed out, and of course, we don't know where he is now. And we'll listen to these neighbors. This is going to be courtesy of Fox News, saying that this is what they saw from his parents' house here in the neighborhood.
Guthrie lived right across the street from the Laundrie home where Brian and Gabby were living before they went on this trip with Brian's parents, and they join me now. Charlene and William, thank you very much for being here. I know you moved there at the beginning of the summer, but you're literally across the street. What did you observe when Brian returned from the trip and you saw that white van that had belonged to Gabby in the driveway?
Didn't know it was Gabby. We just assumed it was his van. We just thought they had come back from wherever. We didn't know they were on a trip. We just assumed they were went back to their house or wherever they had gotten a house, wherever they were. We didn't know much about them at all. Nothing at all, actually. And they just came back home. We thought she was in the house with the parents or mother or whatever, and that was pretty much it. I mean...
So after that, the FBI came and took that van away. You saw Brian and his dad working on one of their campers in the driveway. Charlene, can you tell me about that?
I I actually didn't. My husband saw that. I didn't really witness.
Okay, so
I mean,
William, what did you
they
see
had gotten a camper,
in the driveway?
Yeah, well, I was doing some work in the front yard, and I noticed that they got a new a camper for the back of the pickup, and I didn't think anything unusual. They got a new camper, so they wanted to put their own touch inside of it. I saw them doing some work, and then when they prepared for their trip, I saw them loading the camper.
Now, you're talking about Brian and his parents after he returned home. Is that correct? In a different camper?
Yes. The van is his. His father has a pickup truck, which they purchased a in-bed camper.
Like an attachment camper. And then you say that they packed up that camper, Brian and his mom and dad, and they went camping. Do you know that for sure?
We saw them. I saw them loading it up, and so I assumed they were preparing for, a camping trip with their.
Okay,
guys.
Well, see, it's not just us.
This is provide a whole lot of insight there.
This is becoming a societal problem.
I thought it was going to be
Can we
a little
screen
bit more
people?
information.
Yeah, right. I feel so bad for.
Well, we really didn't know, and we just assumed they all live there.
By the way,
is that it? That's what you got?
I know. I can't believe I'm bringing up this point, but since I saw it in some of the footage of the house. So in Florida, the bugs are so bad. If you're going to have a pool, it has to be enclosed in some side of
screen.
Have you ever noticed they all have screen-in things over their pools? You rarely You rarely see a pool without that over it. And I'm thinking to myself, hey, that looks good. I mean, it's but you rarely see a pool without those over it. They don't just put up a fence for safety, but they have that, I guess, because of the bugs.
Oh yeah, yeah. You see that even in South Alabama, places along the coast sometimes too.
Yeah.
But in Florida, it's everywhere.
But I would like to have seen the behind the scenes when that was over and who set this up and what everybody else was like. That's it. That's what y'all brought.
Let's talk about the guy that walks through the background. Did you see that guy?
That's the most interesting thing about it.
Yeah, this is
the guys. They gave no info. That was absolutely meant nothing.
I think I could pull away that apparently they put that camper in the truck and looked like they were going camping. But we had to work it, and that's the thing.
I'm still not confused on when that was.
Let me tell you how I want us all to understand again. I want us to understand again, and we got to get back to where you can do this. Hey, Rick. Hello. Thanks for having me on. So tell me what you saw. Yeah, I know it looked odd. He got back from the trip. I assumed that he got back from the trip. He went off, with Gabby. But I did see he and his parents like putting the other camper they have, one of those you attach to the back of the truck. They were kind of loading it up like they're going to go camping. After he got back, certainly we didn't know what had happened. And then they drove off as if they were going to be gone for a long period of time.
There
it is.
Yeah.
There. Now,
because what they said, I'm not sure that they ever know if it was before or after she disappeared.
There's this new thing we're doing, and it's exhausting me. It's exhausting me. All this unnecessary information we say when you've just been asked a question.
Get to the point.
Hey guys, I want to tell you about something. Now the other day, I was standing out in this field. Now this is not the field that where I grew up. It's a field that's near where I've been living. Now it's not where I've been living. My entire adult life. It's where I've been living the last 3 years. Now before that, I lived over in so and so. Now there was a field there, and you're like, hey, we didn't ask you about all this.
How about the lady had no information?
It's like Edith Bunker telling a story.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us. Car Shield, is your automobile out of warranty? I mean, if something happens to your automobile right now, does it have any warranty? If not, you're going to pony up. So why don't you look for additional protection if your car no longer has a warranty by going to carshield.com. CarShield cars go farther. And if you would like to put them to work for you, they have different plans available. Here's what they all include. If it is a covered repair, they'll pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly. You'll have 24/7 roadside assistance. That's peace of mind. And they'll provide the rental car to you at no cost. And there's even trip reimbursement available. We'll get you 10% off whatever plan you pick using the promo code Bubba. So go to carshield.com, or you can call them directly, 1-800-665-2157. Now, if you call them, mention Bubba as well, and their administrators will handle the paperwork involving any repair that is covered under your protection plan. It is no hassle, and it's peace of mind. It'll save you money in the long run. Also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Well, Bubba, Cliff Sims is back on the program. Cliff, you've been on how many times?
A good many.
A good many. Usually talking about politics.
Yes.
Bubba talked last hour that you spent time at the Trump administration. You have spent time, you created an online news source Yellowhammer. That you were part of that launch, and you got into that world. You've been in this last one. You were part of what is this? The FBI and the CIA and.
Cliff, your career path has been it's one that we don't see a lot.
It's a little weird. Yeah.
But do you want to describe your time at the DNI and exactly what that is?
Yes.
Just
that's the latest
for
thing
folks listening, if you put it in layman terms, yeah.
So I was Deputy Director of National Intelligence for Strategy and Communications. Basically, the Director of National Intelligence oversees the intelligence community. So all 18.
That's the CIA,
CIA,
the FBI.
NSA.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
you go down the list.
So
yes,
the office you was in oversaw.
That's right.
They were kind of the boss of the CIA and the FBI.
They would probably chafe at that a little bit, but that is what the law says. Yes, that's
right.
I know nobody really wants to have a boss, but I mean, if you flow chart it out,
right. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. The head of the intelligence community,
and that was after serving in the Trump administration, and then what appeared to be getting punted from that, but you got back in, right? I mean,
we had a misunderstanding.
Walk us through that a little bit.
Well, so when I left, I wrote a book about my time in the White House, and the mistake was Trump and I did not have a conversation about it before it became public. It leaked, the media got a hold of it, and it became public before we'd had a chance to have a conversation about it. And he misunderstood, thought I was attacking him. So we had a little.
And he doesn't take to that very well.
We had a little legal dispute. Sometimes you got to get sued by the President of the United States.
Right.
Did you keep that paperwork?
We've all been through that.
Did you put that paperwork on the wall, maybe, or something?
I didn't. Now the tweets that he sent out, I have printed those out and got those framed up. But, but then he realized I wasn't attacking him. We patched it up. It was all good. After that, I came back and ran speech writing for the Republican National Convention. Which was funny. The first time I saw him after all of that, I walk into the Oval Office and he stops the meeting. He says, "There he is. I sued his beep off, but we brought him back because we always loved him."
Yeah, because
one time he didn't know who you were on the tweets.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, yeah.
Well, you know the thing that because he always loves to just
right.
Yeah, but what was hilarious, and I guess I'm not wrong. I said I don't mean to oversimplify this book, Team of Vipers, and the president going after Cliff, is that it seems like that he went after you without ever reading it.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah. And so when he discovered that it really wasn't. Matter of fact, he was complimented quite a bit in it.
Yeah. Well, when he had a little bit of PTSD from everybody else that left and wrote a book do that.
Right.
And
so immediately, I think that was just the program response.
Yeah. And then he sees me go on CNN or whatever, and he's like, "Well, wait a second. He doesn't seem to be attacking me here. What's going on? What's going on?"
Right.
And so anyway, so I came back and it was fascinating.
So over the years, kind of to what we're going to talk about today.
Before we leave that, Rick, can we? And Cliff,
sure.
if you don't want to go into this, just go into whatever. I don't want to go into.
I know what I'm getting into when I come here.
He's been sued by the president. He's been sued by the president. What are we going to ask?
I don't mean that, but maybe you just don't want to wade off into that because it'll open more doors than you want to close today. But when you wrote that book, you were not being negative toward the president, but some people around him.
Yeah. Well, the whole premise.
And do you want to talk about one or two of those that you didn't really care for?
Well, I mean,
we wrote a book about it.
The premise of the.
I didn't say anything. I'm glad you asked the question.
The premise of the
I just
book.
wish BJ was here.
He's listening.
I'm sure he is. The premise of the book was that the president was ill-served by people around him who, frankly, some of them hated his guts. Right. And then some of them were there for their own selfish reasons and promoting their own agenda. Right. And there were numerous stories of we have a meeting in the Oval Office, the president makes a decision, we walk out the door, and somebody immediately leaks that decision because they're hoping it'll get him turned around, or they'll say, "I'm not going to implement that," or they'll slow walk it, or they're whatever it is. And so, people like John Kelly John Kelly and I did not get along. That's no secret. And there were others. So that was the premise of the book. And once he realized that, he was like, "Yeah, kind of right."
Exactly.
It's tough to hire good people though when you're in that position.
No doubt.
Because you got so many positions to fill, and you have to trust a lot of people who are bringing people to the table. I mean, you could go. You could walk in and say, "Hey, Mr. President, you need to hire Rick Burgess to be in charge of whatever." And
he'd hire
I mean,
y'all. I
and-
mean,
well,
run
honestly,
communications.
Hey, honestly,
Good luck.
some of the people I've seen in the White House, not only in his administration, I think we could do a better job. Quite frankly.
Well, I don't think there's any.
And I'm not
doubt about
I guarantee you, I could run defense better than's been run.
Yeah, amen.
the current crop.
Yeah, I don't want to. I found the whole Kellyanne Conway thing to just be bizarre the whole time. This thing with
and
her
we liked her, but she's married to this guy.
But this
that
thing with
hated
her
Trump.
and her husband, I mean,
and her daughter on
Hey,
online all the time. How do you,
guys? We're all married. I mean, if you're going home every day to someone that you love enough to be married to, and you're this opposed about the boss you work for,
yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be in a
It's just
situation where
weird.
every day I went home, my wife hated Bubba. You know what I mean? And,
Yeah.
we get online
Yeah,
and start
Bubba don't
talking
want
about
that.
how
Yeah.
horrible Bubba is. That would be, and I would finally go to Bubba and go, how do I really, I'm sorry about this. And he'd be like, I don't really like your wife trashing me online.
Yeah.
You know, and he had to live with that, and then she had to live with that. That just always seemed weird.
The
to me.
story that summed that up for me was, I think it was maybe Vanity Fair or The Atlantic, one of them. A reporter came to Kellyanne's house to interview her, and she's like, let's go for a walk. So they leave the house, and she starts talking trash about her husband, and then says, but of course, this is all off the record.
Oh, wow.
And the reporter says, well, hold on a second. Now, off the record is like a predetermined agreement that we have.
Before
and,
we ever-
and this was not off, and printed the whole exchange. And I was like, if we've gotten to the point that we're taking walks with random reporters to trash our spouse, things that it's gone south.
That's what I mean.
And then you
That's
throw
just-
the
it's not
daughter.
healthy.
You throw the daughter in, which is a whole nother chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That is-
I just thought that seemed like it didn't seem.
Couldn't be
That
a
whole thing
healthy
was weird.
situation.
Yeah, it didn't seem healthy.
It's weird.
All right, so we'll come back and jump into this, but I will set it up by going to the break. So I look, and you've got Bubba, and you've got me in a group text.
Well, wait, Rick. There's more we got to talk about before we get to that. I mean,
I
this
can't
is
share
a
the
wrong.
text.
This is a wrong. Okay, go ahead.
I can't
share that.
Yeah,
part.
but
was it off the record?
no, it was not off the record, and I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to read it. But anyway, and you acknowledge in line number 2, this is probably going to seem pretty random.
Yeah. Correct.
And it did.
Yes.
And before I did anything in politics, which we're talking about, and if you want to talk more about that, we can.
Yeah. Well, I want to talk D&I a little bit.
Yeah, but I toured around the country playing music for a living and had songs on MTV and on the radio, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And then that turns back into my conversation with Barry and Heather Moore, who was your Sunday school teacher.
That's right.
So I started trying to. At that point, you know how you think you're just going to look up and you think all you're going to see is, hey, I got somebody y'all might be interested in, or what do you think about this? And I can just quickly say, yeah, that sounds good, or man, I won't be able to do that. I think that, and I realized once I see that, I don't even know how to reply. I was like, what? I'm going to have
ready for that.
I know I'm rolling through my day. I'm going to have to land on this one. And go back and go. You know how you do these things. I must not be reading this right.
Right.
You know, and I thought, well, he's trying to tell us about somebody,
Right.
that he thinks we might be interested in. They have a new album coming out or something,
Right.
And then I couldn't figure out how you were connected to that. Now he's a music promoter, and so it took us a while to.
You thought it
unpack
was a
that.
cousin of BJ's for a while.
I had no
didn't you?
idea.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I was like, because life is complex.
Yeah.
And there's different stages of life, and then you walk in with a hoodie on from FAMU, and
FAMU?
and it's got teddy bears down the side.
That's true. I can't deny that.
I think that's their mascot, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. Well,
Yeah.
sign me up.
You know how sometimes you'll grab something off the rack there? I mean, that's just, I don't know.
Do
if
you
that's
have your
right.
wife's hoodie on?
I think that's possible.
Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Cliff Sims, our guest. Quite the interesting life when Cliff Sims.
Is he the most interesting man now?
I think
in
that
real life.
we could make a case for that.
Yeah, I think we
He,
could.
you know, he has worked in all kinds of really being on the
Media,
Trump
consulting.
administration though. It's hard to get any more complex than that experience.
So you're saying I peaked in my early 30s?
Not saying that.
No, I want to talk about the next step for a minute because Rick, I don't want to skip over this DNI thing too lightly
Right.
before we get because we're in no rush today.
No,
it's
but I will. I don't know if Cliff has
sunny
anything else.
I'm good. Yeah, at this
hope you got
point,
plenty of time.
Just hang out with you.
Yeah,
Your wife may be looking for a hoodie.
So,
but
yeah. You may get a text from her. Hey, have you seen my hoodie? So
something that can never happen in my house. Me put something on my wife's on.
Yeah, I don't have that problem either. So Cliff, you're out of politics. You're out of Washington. You're out of the White House, and then you show back up at the Department of National Intelligence, which is a kind of a new creation that was meant to oversee all of our intelligence, which includes CIA, FBI. And now, tell us a little bit about how you got in that job and what you did, and then we're going to ask you about the TikTok
when I was
UFO.
when I was in the White House, one of the things that I did regularly was run confirmations. So Mike Pompeo, Secretary of State, I ran his Senate confirmation.
Now, what does that entail?
Well,
Tell
you
us
got
about
to
that.
you got to get senators to vote for somebody to let them be in the cabinet.
So
basically,
you have to introduce them. You have to highlight them. You have to lobby for their passing.
That's
that
right.
kind of thing.
And I dealt with a lot of the communications aspects of that, dealing with the media and that kind of thing. So I did that for John Ratcliffe for his Director of National Intelligence confirmation, and we got really close and really great guy. And so he asked me to come in, what I consider coming in. And initially I was like, I don't know. But then I was like, when else in life, right? You know, I'm going to say no to going and being able to go to DNI and walk up and down the halls of the CIA every day. And like, you know, so
I mean, that's
like I had to
spook
do it.
central, man. I mean, that's big time.
Yeah. So that's how I ended up back in there.
So come clean about the UFOs.
The report that had to be made available to the public by the order of the president.
It's a little bit of a dud.
Well, it came through DNI. They were the overseeing source of that. And tell us a little bit about that. And what the heck are these Tic Tac UFOs?
Yeah,
that we can't get a handle on?
I'll cut straight to the chase. First of all, we call them UAPs,
right?
Unmanned aerial phenomenon. They're real in the sense that there are things in the sky that we don't fully understand. And some of these are captured, you know, via videos that you have seen. Others are captured in different ways, sensors that we have, things that are anomalies that are very difficult to explain. And John Ratcliffe made the point on a Fox News interview. For example, an object that breaks the sound barrier without making a sonic boom. Okay, we don't know how that would technologically. How could that be? And there are
it
other
seems to go
things
against our
like that.
physics as we know it.
Yeah. So there are things like that exist that the government is not sure what to make of. That's really about all I can say about it. But
by the way, I felt volume knobs being turned up.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get asked about this more than anything.
I know you got a phone call or two about it.
Yeah.
So Cliff, let me ask you this. So the so-called Tic Tac UFOs, we have F-16, F-18 pilots that record these things, and they can't catch them. They can't outmaneuver them. They seem to make moves that are too fast and have too many G's. And as you said, they're breaking the sound barrier without a boom. So what? I mean, we don't want you to give away anything here you're not supposed to.
I prefer not to go to prison, but I do appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, we're trying to be mindful of that. But what are we supposed to make of this? So, would these be more like, how big were they in real physical size? Are they more like a drone or are they like a ship?
Well, I mean,
based on what on public information,
drone or aircraft.
I'm not without any specific example. You could
talk about size.
Maybe there could be, could be aircraft, could be drone, could be. I mean, any number of things that you could think in your mind of possibilities for that, up to and including the old aliens. It could be, whatever.
We
it is.
realize that's the last fallback position. What is more likely is that there are maybe some, could be a country, something developing here on our own Earth.
Well,
they're just developing technological advancements that we haven't seen yet.
And frankly, to
right?
me, that is scarier than than the aliens. It's but whatever, because like if China or Russia had made some technological leap that far surpassed us to that degree, we got a lot more to worry about than
whether we're
whether ET has exactly.
Well, the other thing is it possible? You won't be able to answer this, but if you can say I can't answer, it's fine. Is it possible that we're doing it, and this is advancements we're making? Some people are in the loop, and some people aren't.
We have a history of that.
Some of them, yes. Some of them, no.
Okay,
I mean, I
that's
think
a fair answer.
Yeah.
Because we know back when the stealth and the was it the B-2 bomber was developed, that those things were flown in certain areas at certain times to get feedback and say. They were trying to suppress the sound of it, and when people said, "Oh, it moved through the air, we didn't hear anything," they go, "Well, mission accomplished."
Well, I'll give you a great example. So this is going to be kind of random, but at the CIA, they have a museum inside the CIA that's not open to the public. You can't see it unless you can get into the CIA. You know? But there are a lot of interesting historical spy type things in there.
Could you get us in?
Much like the Oval Office after hours thing that we did.
Yeah.
Sure. Why not? Let's see what happens.
Cliff, I did go to the Spy Museum in D.C., and that was pretty interesting.
I haven't gone, but I've heard it's really cool.
Yeah.
But in there, what will tell us?
Well, so they have all these historical things, and one of them I remember distinctly is a fish. Looks like a fish that is basically a robot that somebody could remote control or whatever, and you could take it wherever you wanted to go and surveil in whatever ways you'd want to surveil. And when I was looking at it, they had a date on it. And I want to say, if I remember correctly, we're talking 1960s, 1970s.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
And so if you think about the type of technology that existed at that people would have been like, what
there?
on? Yeah, that's it. That's it right there.
Who got a picture in the CIA?
No,
So, I mean, they
had a spy camera.
They released it. Yeah, exactly.
You were just saying for the 60s, that was so far out?
Correct.
Yeah. So how
like,
far out are we now?
imagine the things that we know about that are mind-blowing if you knew the things you don't know about. So, I mean, my point is there are technologies that exist that would boggle the mind right now that we have. And there are other countries that are, catching up in some ways and are, whatever. So you could imagine that could be possible. But some of the things that we're seeing, anomalous activity in the sky, it would be very difficult to imagine that anybody has made that technological leap, and certainly without us being aware of it.
Well, you've done it now. That statement right there.
There it is.
What you've just said. Because that's all that some people needed to hear.
I'm not saying there's aliens. I don't know.
Can I say how that's going to be interpreted,
know.
though? I was listening to Rick and Bubba's show. Let me tell you what this one guy said, and he knows.
Let me tell you this. I don't know.
No, he doesn't. But what you're saying is fair. I mean, the only options, we've said this on there, this is not top secret. This is just logic. The only options we have of the things that have now even been released to us is either we have technologically made some advancements that we're testing, and we want to get everybody's feedback on it. Other countries have made technological advancements that are ahead of us, or it's something from another planet. Those are the three options right there. And
they were showing up every day. I mean, routinely for a while. It wasn't even will we see them. They're out there every day, and we couldn't do anything with them.
I will say, if it's from another planet, whatever planet this is we've been dealing with, they really procrastinate.
They've been toying with us.
They will
all
not
the way
make
back
a decision.
all the way back to Barney Hill.
They can't make a decision.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We got Gregory is here today. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler. Speedy out today. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and we're honored to have Cliff Sims, a man with
Cliff.
Quite a career path.
Yep, here is Cliff Sims. We've been through his time in media, his time in the Trump administration, his time being sued by the president, then made up with the president, and then is in the organization that oversees the CIA and the FBI. He just basically told us that UFOs are real.
So Cliff,
I let the cat out of the bag.
Casual, just threw that out.
Just threw it out there, passing by.
Cliff, I want to ask you this too, and again, if you don't want to answer, it's fine. But Eric Snowden was in the news a lot, and movies. And we bounce around on this. Is he a patriot whistleblower or is he a traitor?
He's a traitor.
And there's Cliff Sims. He did not even hesitate.
Wow.
Yeah, because look,
didn't
man,
even get the question.
There are, and we dealt with this all the time. There are channels through which, if there is impropriety that you see, that you can go through, and they protect that fiercely. And people did while we were there. There were some, whistleblower different things. You don't go to the Russians, right? He lives in Russia.
Right.
Okay. So why are you going to one of our greatest geopolitical foes to, it's just the way he did it. Some of the things that he exposed, some of the things, look, I can't get down with some of that stuff.
No,
I think
bad.
it's not.
It's an overreach.
And that's why there are channels by which you can alert people to those things.
Hello, YouTube.
And it looks like even
right, yeah, exactly.
It looks like even President Trump, suffered from some of that because it looks like our own intelligence agencies was running an illegal operation on him while he was a candidate.
Yeah, the more that comes out about that, the worse it looks, right?
We just had a lawyer indicted from the Clinton campaign this week.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that all of this that we know, and you certainly, we had some discussion in the break. See, we're in this pandemic, and it's real, and it's serious, and horrible things have happened because of it. But the problem is all of this is so known. The government has been overreaching so much and doing all these things. It now has made them unreliable when sometimes they're like, hey, man, all kidding aside, y'all really need to get this vaccine, or all kidding aside, this is they're going, oh, here we go again, because we do know that every time our founding fathers warned us, if they can get the American people to be uninformed or to be afraid, they always grab power and they always take away liberty.
That's right.
And so even when you get in a serious,
that's human nature.
Yeah, even when you get in a serious situation, because of all the garbage that our government has been doing and overreaching for far too long, and instead of going back and saying, trust us, we made some mistakes in the past, this current administration is taking this concern and elevating it. We are in a complete dumpster fire right now.
Some of the most nefarious, let's call it what it is, tyranny that is out there is the tyranny that is done in your best interest.
There you go.
I know what's better for you.
Right.
I'm here to take care of you.
That's the worst
right?
thing.
Ronald
Reagan taught us that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the worst words in the English language. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. that pretty much sums it up.
Cliff, I just wish if they were going to read all my emails that they'd return some of them.
But we all
help me out with the load. You know what I mean?
You've stepped your foot into that world, but you keep stepping it back out, which is probably why you're healthier.
Somewhat sane.
But those of us that have lived in the private sector, it's like, for instance, this vaccine thing. Their marketing of the vaccine could not have been done worse.
Terrible.
It's horrible. And because you're sitting there and you know what you're thinking. If Trump was still president, they'd be against it, because he's the one that started Operation Warp Speed. And then the fact that they're now in charge, now it should be it's fine, and we have to ignore everything they said before. And this is not I have no issue with the vaccine. I'm not an anti-vaxxer person. And we've said on the air, if you haven't had it and you are unvaccinated, it'd probably be wise to get vaccinated. But that's your decision.
Right.
It's not a mandate that the government should put on you, and you need to research it. But the problem is everything that makes you distrust it, they keep doing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, guys, just sit down and talk to everybody and say, here's the good about it.
Yeah.
Here's the things it doesn't do that well. Here's the risk, which is very small, but it is there. You can't come out and say it's the end all, and those who don't get it are evil.
Yeah. Well, let's just compare it. Let's just compare it to parenting, right?
Yeah.
As a parent, you are sometimes prone to want to say, "Because I told you so."
Right.
But really, the more compelling, the way to get somebody to do what you want them to do is explain to them.
That's right.
Why it's in your best interest is what I think. Whatever. And as parents, sometimes you do have to, whatever.
Sure.
So it's not a direct parallel.
I thought you were
here.
going to say get a belt.
But
Yeah, right.
that too, perhaps.
Yeah.
But every time there is any dissent, there's any questioning, there's any pushback, well, we're going to quell that. We're going to squash that. And all that does is exacerbate the distrust.
Yeah.
If you're going to...
Do you realize how long it took for Dr. Fauci, the high priest of health, to admit that natural antibodies do offer protection?
Man.
And you know why? And he finally got forced into saying it by finally the guy on CNN.
Jake Tapper cornered him on it.
And the Sanjay doctor there.
Sanjay.
But see, that's
Fauci
withholding information.
Has been wrong almost every time. It's unbelievable how he'll say one thing and then months later we go, well, actually, and some of that is like, okay, well, we're learning as we go. That's okay. But to your point, he won't acknowledge, hey, I thought that then because I had a set of facts that we had there. Right. Now we've had new evidence come out, and here's why I believe this, and whatever. He can't do it. That man's ego. Let me just tell you, in the White House, that guy right there, if you wanted the most dangerous place on earth is the 6 feet between Anthony Fauci and a camera. Because if he can't get to it, he will do whatever it takes to get to that. I mean,
if he can't get to it, nobody can get to it.
If I can't get to it, but you know what he would say? Come on, Cliff, that's anecdotal.
Cliff, let me
it's
ask you
problematic.
this. Let me ask you this: why, when this first started, and part of as we're solving the problem, we want to make sure we don't have a repeat of the problem, right? I mean, you put the fire out, but you also ask, why did the fire start, so we don't have it again? And as we're investigating where this come from, he is completely silent. He pushes the, hey, somebody ate a bat sandwich out there, which is ridiculous. Okay, but here's the thing. Why didn't he at that point go, we have been experimenting in China with gain of function. We were doing it as a precaution, so if this ever happened, we would have an idea what we were dealing with, and it's possible it got out of the lab and caused this. Yeah. We would have had a lot more respect, but he denied it. He acted like he didn't know nothing about it. Somebody ate a bad bat, and it got loose. Yeah. And then when he is cornered with the facts, then we learn that his group, the National Institute of Health, had put $700 million into research for gain of function, or he didn't know it was gain of function. It was something. We just gave him the money, and they did it. And the whole reason it's in China is because it's illegal to do it in the United States.
I have a whole lot to say about this.
Is that right? Am I off on any of that?
I think you're tracking right on this. John Ratcliffe, my former boss, director of national intelligence, wrote an op-ed, and he said the only theory about where this came from that is supported by science, by the evidence that we have, and by common sense is this lab. That is it just, I mean, let's just, from a common sense perspective, you got the Wuhan bat coronavirus lab.
Right.
And right down the road, we get the Wuhan bat coronavirus.
That's right.
That just I mean,
at the wet market.
Come on, just like, come on, guys.
Even liberal John Stewart is sitting there with Colbert going, "It's on the sign."
Exactly. No, that's exactly
it's
right.
on the sign.
That's exactly right. And the Fauci thing that his whole life's work is this thing called gain of function research. You basically take a virus, you play with it a little bit, and the
move
goal,
it forward.
The goal is, they say, is to prevent pandemics because we're going to get out ahead of this thing and see how it might mutate, and we're going to head that off.
We're going to have something ready for the future.
And somebody asked Fauci, this is before all of this happened. Yeah. Well, hold on. Should we think about the risk that may come along with that? Because what if one of these things accidentally spills out and, whatever, we may inadvertently launch a pandemic, And Fauci said, the risk is worth the upside. Now, if that has been your life's work, and suddenly the worst case scenario possibly happens, it's going to be human. You're going to get up there and defend your life's work. Yeah. And so he is irreparably conflicted in this situation.
And why we make him the face of it and ask.
Unbelievable.
We should be done asking him questions completely on that, which you just said alone.
With the lack of transparency.
Yes.
Just come forward and tell us what the deal was, what you knew, not after you're cornered and act like it's no big deal. And the reason it's done in China, it's illegal. We used to do it in the U.S. in
Because
North Carolina.
we didn't think the risk was worth the benefit.
And it was outlawed because they knew it was too dangerous. Somebody's going to track this thing out. We're going to have a worldwide
And
pandemic.
isn't it true that we sent representatives who came back? Is this true, or is this because we heard this in the beginning and said the security over there is not what it needs to be? They are lacking on keeping this stuff.
I think there were a lot of concerns raised about, look, anything you do in China, the Communist Party controls it, full stop. And so these are the least transparent people on earth. And now, so any piece of information that comes out of that place, you can't trust it.
Right.
And so, yeah, I mean, there were a lot of concerns about that.
A lot of red flags.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. We leave politics and we go behind the music.
Let's do it.
Cliff Sims, by the way, Babylon Bee, Dr. Fauci, uninvited from board game night as he keeps changing the rules as he goes. I love Babylon Bee. I do too. We'll come back. Cliff Sims, the music artist, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Cliff Sims is our guest today. So we've gone through all of the very interesting things that Cliff's been part of. I did not know that he was a music artist long before he did any of this. That part, I don't know if we never talked about it or we never mentioned it. But spending time in bands, and so this sounds like this is what you were kind of maybe into right out of the gate as a young guy.
Yeah, before pilots, I was playing basketball in college and started a band, and for about 5 years I toured around playing music for a living and had some songs on MTV and the radio and that kind of thing, and then just got married, didn't want to be on the road 250 days a year or whatever, so got a real job.
So when I met Congressman Barry Moore, he was telling us that you and BJ used to be in his Sunday school class.
That's right.
And that y'all were kind of Eminem rapper types then. I think was the term.
Were you into the hip hops? Now this song you've done now is definitely a pop song.
Yeah, and I mean,
and that threw me a little bit because I kind of saw you as a country artist.
Really?
Yeah, just with
I was with Travis Tritt yesterday, and he kind of said the same thing. But that can't. I don't have enough twang.
No. So tell us about. So this was something you did, and you decided to go back to it. Why?
For fun, frankly, and I just think life is too short not to do something interesting. I mean, like, I think people are so scared of putting themselves out there sometimes, or there's something they're known for or something they're good at, but there's also these things that they're interested in that they're scared to pursue because of what somebody would think about them. I mean, when I posted this song, the new song that I had earlier this week, people were like, what on earth? Where is this coming from? Some from a good place and some from a like, what's wrong with you? Like, why are you doing it? And but the Twitter comments is hilarious. Like, the Twitter comments are like 90%, hey, this is pretty cool, and 10%, you should be in jail.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
well, welcome to our world. You just downloaded my email after every show.
So I just wanted to come out with it, and also felt like I had a story to tell. My wife and I adopted a little boy from Colombia a year ago Tuesday, and awesome. I wanted to tell the story of our adoption journey. And so the song is called You, Your Mom, and Me, and it talks about everything. And when I started writing the song, it was I didn't even know who he was. I'd never met him, and that's kind of how the song starts. I don't know who you are, but I pray you're safe. I don't know where you are, but soon I'll see you face to face. And then I put a voice note in my phone, didn't think about it for over a year. I met him, remembered this song that I'd started writing, and finished it with, the day I saw your face, the world slipped away. It was more than I ever dreamed, just you, your mom, and me. So it's the story of our adoption journey. And so I really wanted to share it because I want to have some fun and I want to do it. But there's also a story there that I think is important and impactful that I want to share with the world about the beauty of adoption.
So where is this project? Like, if I want to get it and I want to find out about it, is it just the one song? Is this the beginning?
Right now, I'm going to do one every 6 weeks, give or take. And I've got a Christmas song coming later this year. I've got a bunch more that I've done. Ken Lewis is the producer on it. He's got over 100 gold and platinum records, 19 Grammys. I mean, we're good friends, and so he's the producer behind it. Everything from Kanye West to Bruno Mars to Taylor Swift to you name it. So he's done a lot of big records, and then little old Cliff Sims. So people can find it, really anywhere that you stream music. You could go to cliffsims.com and see the story behind the song and some things like that. But you can go to Spotify and Apple Music and all of that as well.
I didn't know what to think. Honestly, Cliff, I'm being straight up with you. When you do what we do for a living, I found myself afraid to press play.
Did you think this was a setup?
Well, I mean, it's just because you want it to be okay. You know what I mean?
We get a lot of songs.
We get a lot of
really?
songs.
Cliff.
I can imagine.
Keep it or coaster.
And there's some, and look, I've said this 1,000 times, including me. It's impossible not to be delusional. We all are.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Because we don't hear ourselves and see ourselves the way we really are, because it's impossible. But it's just what level of being delusioned that you are. And some people, we saw this when American Idol first came out. I mean,
sure.
Sometimes you're thinking to yourself, are we kidding around? I mean, and some of them.
You stood in line for that.
And some of them you think they were. And then some, which were maybe very uncomfortable, they maybe had some challenges, which I don't think that should have been done. Or if it had, there's no need to show everybody that. Just kindly say thank you for your time. But then there's those people that you had really no sympathy for, because they really are just totally delusional about what they're doing. So when I hit play, it's especially if you know someone, you want it to be okay. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm following you.
Yeah, you see where I'm going now?
For sure.
And then I was like, and it was not the style of music I expected. You tried to prep me for that by saying that it was MTV and pop.
Right.
You know, because most of what I get from people that look like you, it's not this.
Right.
You know what I mean? And,
Sure.
And so we're going to play a little clip.
All right,
of it.
let's
Is
do
that
it.
okay?
Yeah.
So here it is, and tell them what's the name of the song.
You, Your Mom, and Me.
You, Your Mom, and Me. So see, like right there, I didn't expect that.
A family you never knew is coming for you, and it'll be more than you ever dreamed. I don't know where you are, but I pray you'll see. I don't know who you are, but soon I'll meet your face to face. You may feel you're on the outside looking in. No love, no hope, no friends, but there's no wall too high, no ocean I wouldn't swim. A family you never knew is coming for you, and it'll be more than you ever dreamed. Just you, your mom, and me. Just you, your mom, and me. Will be more than you ever dreamed. Just you, your mom, and me. And I will never leave you here. Never in a million years. You know the meaning of a home, and I will never leave you here. Never in a million years.
So there it is. There it is. And there is a listen, and that is not what I expected. It was much more produced than I thought, and and I knew Bubba was going to love it immediately.
Oh yeah, that's my sweet spot.
Yeah,
there.
Bubba loves a good beat and a little hook there.
Techno.
Yeah,
Puffified, I call it.
Yeah. You sing much higher than I thought you would.
Yeah, we got to ask about using your name though.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I wrote You, Your Mom, and Me about my family's journey to finding each other. My son was born in an orphanage in Colombia, and he lived there for the first 3 years of his life.
Yay! Wow.
So it was really a years-long journey to our family finding each other. And people say things like, it's so great what you did for him, or wow, you really saved his life, and things like that that are well-meaning but misguided. Because my wife and I know that really we're the lucky ones because our family was incomplete without him. I wrote the song over the course of a couple of years. So in the first verse it says,
I don't know where you are, but I pray you'll stay.
And at the time that I wrote those words, I didn't know who he was, didn't know where he was. I had never seen a picture of him or anything like that. So I had this idea for a song, put it in a voice note in my phone, recorded it, didn't think about it for a while.
Don't know where you are, but I pray you're safe. Don't know where you are, but I know my name.
That was in 2019. And about a year later, we actually did meet him. And I remembered this song idea that I had, and I went back and listened to it, and I was able to finish it up with the new feelings and emotions that I had from actually getting to meet my son for the first time.
In the day, I saw your face. The world slipped away. It was more than I ever dreamed. Just you, your mom, and me.
And then to tie it all together, when I was recording the song, my son called me on FaceTime, and the producer kept recording when he called, and so we captured a part of his voice.
I love you.
And actually ended up chopping it up and manipulating it and making it a part of the track. And so it starts the song, kind of plays throughout. And so it's really cool to me because the song's not only about my son, now it's kind of by him in a way. And so to bring everything full circle, I'm excited for the world to finally hear You, Your Mom, and Me on the 1-year anniversary of my son becoming a part of our family. I wrote You, Your Mom, and Me.
It's coming for you, and it'll be more than you ever dreamed.
It's 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. We're back. I do want to make you aware. Now, maybe you're releasing songs and your face is going to be everywhere, and you may not have beautiful teeth. Thankfully, Cliff, everything looks okay over there.
Yeah, good grill.
Yeah, you got a good grill, no problem there. So, but if you are someone out there that you're thinking to yourself, I'm not comfortable with the way my teeth look, and I certainly don't want to go back and get traditional braces. I'm not at that stage of life. They can also be crazy expensive, but there may be another answer. CandidCO.com/Bubba. These are extremely comfortable, practically invisible, removable aligners, but they design them for you with an orthodontist. I know you're thinking, well, Rick, aren't there some other people out there doing aligners? There may be, but they're using general dentists, and that's not their expertise. You want to be talking to an orthodontist because their life is tooth movement, and the 6 months is the entire process. But you'll see some great results way before then. And the orthodontist is with you from start to finish. You can do this from the privacy of your home, or if you want to go to one of their studios, they can set that up for you too. So go to CandidCO.com/Bubba with the code Bubba and get $75 off the starter kit right now. That's CANDID, then CO.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Now,
we've heard the song from Cliff.
I'm impressed. I didn't know you had that skill set.
Yeah,
I mean,
you.
that's
I didn't.
you throw a lot of pitches, and that's a
I
good
warned
one.
you. I warned all of you. This interview was going to go a lot of places. Everybody seems to be digging it, but I think the topics that we can cover.
Well, Cliff,
we've been all over the place here.
We're marketing guys, and with that sound. I don't know if the name Cliff is going to just.
I know.
Well, do y'all have any ideas?
Yeah.
I did. I thought, what if you go by the name The Weekday? I think
because it's a little
It's-
fun, but it's not quite. You're not cutting loose quite like you might on the weekend.
That's right.
Well, see,
because it
see
is
the-
talking about bringing a child into your family.
Sure.
It's not
Yeah.
quite the
Yeah.
That's good.
No, that's a good
But
one. I
it's
like
got
that.
it's
I like
kind of
that.
got that haunting vocal sound, that maybe another artist with a similar name has. But
Yeah.
see, where he is the weekend,
Yeah.
you're about business.
You're the
You
weekday.
about the
No, we're trying to
weekday.
win.
You
Yeah.
the weekday.
Yeah.
It ain't no
Bubba?
weekend. You're
Yeah.
the
Bubba,
weekday.
You may be on.
You
something.
are.
I love that.
That's excellent.
That's
Intro
really
it
smart.
as the weekday and hit it and see what you think.
I'm gonna tell you what I like.
See how it feels.
I like this.
Get a feel for it.
I want you to know that I don't just like it. I like it a lot. Okay. All right.
Try it as Cliff and then try it as
Okay,
try
let's
it
try it.
both
Let's
ways
try it.
just to see.
Yeah, we'll try
like
it.
you're a hip hop DJ.
All right, so 37 minutes past. Listen to the whatever. Got a new artist coming out right now. I want you to hear this great song right here. I'm going to spin this baby for. Here it is from Cliff Sims. It's called "Your Mom and Me and You." Here it is.
Family.
All right, we tried that. All right, so now what's the title
It's okay.
again? That's it?
You, your mom, and me. It's
You, your
close.
mom, and me.
He's close.
You were close. You were there. You
So
were there.
Cliff
close.
Sims.
You got
Yeah.
off the track
Okay.
just a little.
Your mom,
That's all right. We're working through
Your
this.
mom, and me.
your mom, and me.
That's
All
right.
let's try it
Your
again.
mom and me.
Okay, here we go. All right. So
Try the
what's the
week-
name of my
the
station?
weekday.
What's the name of my station?
Lightning 101.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Thank you. Lightning 101. It's 38 minutes past the hour. Rick Burgess, I got a great one I'm going to spin for you here. You're going to love this one. It's called "You, Your Mom, and Me" from a new artist. Give it up for The Weekday.
A family.
Let me try to give it up for the way. Lightning 101. New artist. See what you think about this one. This is the latest from The Weekday.
A family.
There you go.
Pretty good.
That's good.
I mean, you're a few million album sales
No, I like
from,
that.
from
It's like
entertaining at the Super Bowl.
Because you can cut loose, but you got to wait till 5.
That's
right.
All right. So I mean, just give the song a second, and it's going to cut loose
from The Weekday.
But see,
Yeah,
you're
I
doing
like that.
business.
I like it.
Business during the you,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you're doing
right.
business so you can cut loose.
Right.
Yeah. It's a lot like a mullet.
It is. It is. It really is.
Love 'em.
I like The Weekday. That's a great one.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
that.
there's something to consider.
I should have talked to y'all about
Something
this
to think
before.
about. I mean, we're just throwing
didn't-
up ideas.
I don't want to bring this up, but you kind of got out ahead of this without.
No,
checking
that's
on it.
true. It's true. But I felt like, as weird as it was for me to text you and say, "Here it is," it would have been even weirder to be like, "Here, in theory, this is what's going to
Here's what I'm
happen."
thinking about doing.
Great. See, we've put.
See, if we were going to talk about UFOs, we'd call you first.
That's great. Think about this. Okay, look what we've been able to keep going. You're
Rick, I don't know if that's a good example.
keep giving you hype compared to having to make this sale. I mean, this is would be nothing.
Man, you
we could
say-
do that on the way to work.
You say that with the wheel of meat in the background.
Yes.
Right.
Look
Yeah.
behind you there. Bubba, The Weekday is a great idea.
That was a good idea, Bubba.
So how has the response been so far?
It's been really good. I mean, I had over 200,000 views on the video just yesterday alone when the song came
Nice.
out, or Tuesday when the song came out. It's been a weird mix of people like pushing it out. Everybody from Donald Trump Jr. to 2 former directors of national intelligence to
This is hilarious.
And Don said he called me and he said, "Man, this is cool." He said, "I just want you to know this is how you know we're friends." Because it is not on brand for me to push out boy band music. I said, my man.
Do you
He's
know,
got a few followers.
Yeah, has the former president heard it?
Yeah, we're getting a lot of emails about that.
If he has, I have not heard from him.
I would
yet.
like to hear him singing it.
Hey guys, this is Donald Trump Jr. and you are listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
There it is, Don.
So that's what he said.
Yeah, that's exactly
yeah,
what he said.
And this is why it's good for us here to have Bubba, because musically the taste is more Bubba's taste.
Right.
So we do have that. And of course, I love the fact that we're trying to find the right marketing for this, and the fact there's a great story in it, and the fact that you are who you are, and the fact that you're doing this, that brings me in. Now I'm in, because I'm like, is it? And so you're singing this.
Mm-hmm.
This is not. Does BJ have anything to do with this?
See in the background?
He did. There's a lot of things I rely on BJ for.
Right.
Vocals, not
it.
one of them.
Not one of them.
Yeah, it's not.
But
one.
was
So
he
there's
part
no
of your
truth.
early projects way back when y'all were
No.
like
When y'all were hip hop
He would come to the shows.
Okay.
And be like, "This is wild.
Was he
Look
the
at all
ha-
these girls."
Right.
That was really his role.
Was he your?
That's why I
Was he the? What do they call it? The hype man.
Definitely a very Flavor Flav.
Yeah, I got it.
I mean,
vibe
they
from
got
BJ.
You got to have the guy that comes out, gets the crowd going,
That's right.
and then hands the mic off.
Okay.
I think even he was skeptical back then, right? Like, I mean, we lived in Enterprise, Alabama at the time. It's where we met Barry Moore.
The hip hop capital of the world.
Naturally.
Sure.
With the
That-
Bo Weevil
that and
monument.
Bo Weevil,
obviously.
yeah.
Wait a
And,
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hold it.
Wait
Hold
just a
the
second.
phone, ladies
Wait
and
just
gentlemen.
a second here. Hang on. Now, here we go. Lightning 101. Got a new one I think you're going to like. See what you think about this new one from the Boll Weevil.
A boll weevil.
Wow.
Or just boll weevil.
He's eating
Just
up the
weevil.
chart like he's
Just
eating
weed.
up
Just-
cotton.
Yeah,
All right, let's try. He's eating up the charts. Lightning 1017. Here's a new one. Check this one out from Boll Weevil. Boll Weevil.
That's
I
not
don't know. It
bad.
sounds a little too country for
It
what
does.
you get.
You're
It
right.
does.
But
So you'll be the weekend, and the album will be called Boll Weevil.
the weekday.
Weekday. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, weekend's already taken.
That's right. Weekday.
Yeah.
So you can
He
see
don't
where
want
that could be
any more
problematic.
lawsuits at this point.
Yeah.
So we would do our hometown shows back then in what we called the Dothan Civic Center Arena.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You got to put the arena on. It's not just
Oh,
the
that
Dothan
makes it
Civic
sound-
Center. Yeah, we've got
No,
shows
so
coming.
it's the arena.
Yeah, so we played with Lifehouse, who was a big band. Then
yes, I remember them. Oh,
in Dothan, and BJ showed up and he said, "Dude, I have never seen a line of girls this long." He said, "The problem is they're all 14."
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
which you got to be careful of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you really
That's
do.
what-
You really,
It's
really
just,
do.
you know,
You really
for
do.
all of us, that's a pro tip.
You really
You know?
do.
Yeah.
You really do.
Bubba's down.
Bubba's down.
I was hearing BJ say that.
Yeah, I was.
Very
too.
BJ
Friday
thing to
night
say.
at the Dothan
Pro
Arena.
tip.
Weekday with special guest Lighthouse. We'll flip it. Coming to the Dothan Arena. The weekday.
You know, but the other thing I
These
want people
ladies
to take
hit
from
you,
this
your mom, and me.
is, you know, adoption is one of those things that can feel unattainable because you think about, you know, these people that you know that adopted or are foster parents, and you're like, you know, God bless them that they were called to that. These must be superhuman people, and
No,
let me
you
just
do.
say,
That's so true.
we're not.
Right.
We're not.
Right.
And you know, it's just been amazing having our son for the last year, and really part of this song, I wanted to be people to feel that man, it's tough. It is tough, but that's something. It's part of, honestly, like, it's an amazing picture of the gospel that
Amen.
God has adopted us all into His family, and there's few things on earth that are more a picture of the gospel than that. And so I would just encourage people, if you ever even thought about it. Lifeline here in Birmingham
Yeah, we just had them on
is the
yesterday.
agency
Yeah, I had
that
Herbie
we
on
went through.
yesterday.
Herbie, great guy. The whole team's awesome. Reach out, get a little information. It's worth it, man. It's been amazing.
Well, let me tell you, Cliff, this has been a great time together. It really, really has been fun. Good to catch up, and great job on this, and wish you nothing but the best on the new project. Just consider the weekday thing.
No, we are. Next song comes out.
And Cliff, look, as you turn a page in another chapter, let us know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an interesting journey. I know you're enjoying living it. We're enjoying watching it.
What do you think the next song, Rick, Bubba, and Me?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so there we go. We're ready to go at 866 We Be Big. That is the number. Thank you for being with us. There's lines available, and you can talk about whatever you want to. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table.
Rick, I feel like we have gone across the country in the back of a pickup truck. You know what I mean? We've just covered so much today.
Yes, we did.
It's been a whirlwind
It's been a
tour.
whirl. But there's a lot for people to discuss right now.
Because we're going to get hate mail because we didn't allow Cliff an hour to talk about UFOs. We didn't allow him an hour to talk about vaccines.
Right.
We didn't allow him an hour to talk about Donald Trump. You're going to get that, so just be ready.
Well, we only featured. We talked about the song. One segment. No, two
Yes,
segments.
two.
Yeah.
That's two.
Look, I didn't want to let the cat out of the bag, but Cliff actually influenced me. I too have a single that I've recorded
Really?
that
Have you?
I'm gonna put on the show tomorrow.
Have you really?
Yeah.
I can't wait to
What's
hear
the
that.
name of it?
Hey, what do you say?
Hey, what do you say? So anyway,
No, I thought that was good.
What if you just released one called Go?
Go.
And it started off with go. To the phones we go, 30 seconds a pop. Charlotte is out of the great state of Florida. Hello, Charlotte. There's room for you if you want to get in at 866 We Be Big. Charlotte, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Charlotte. Listen here, I'm 55 years old. I'm starting to have these COVID hot flashes. And what it is I look in the mirror and then all of a sudden.
Oh, come on, we got a delay. I want to know.
I know you did.
Dang it!
Sometimes you just have a feel it's not going the way you want it to go for the greater audience.
So room for you on any topic you want to talk about. And what we just covered over the last, hour and 45 minutes?
All right. Something like that.
We covered a tremendous amount of, it was actually an hour and 15 minutes.
Right, yeah.
So we covered a lot.
A lot. Very interesting, I thought.
Let's go to Brett out of Enterprise. We heard Enterprise being brought up in the interview. Brett, go ahead.
How you doing, guys? I used to follow Cliff and his bands back in Enterprise. He was just a couple years older than me. I think I can name off all of his bands he was in.
All right. Okay,
let's
good.
hear it.
Oh, yeah,
Let's hear it.
absolutely.
So first one was called Vindicated, and then Skyline Drive, and then he was in Moses. And I want to say the last band he was in before he delved into politics was Color Academy.
We don't know whether you're right or not. But
Skyline Drive. I mean,
I love the band names. It's almost like boat names. I just enjoy reading
I do
them.
too. Well, see, I can't believe he was in Vindicated. And
Moses?
I was in Vindicator.
You were, Rick.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
Moses?
Moses? Okay.
Rick, I was in the Wilcox Boys, and there was nobody in the band's name was Wilcox.
I know that was a side project that you did. That we had the main band going. That caused some animosity.
Sure it did.
Let's go to Gentry in Destin, Florida. Gentry, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, who was that guy?
Cliff Sims. We've interviewed him a good bit over the years because mainly when he was with the Trump administration.
Yeah, he's got quite a career path.
Yes, he does. Cliff Sims, now pop artist, better known as The Weekday.
Yeah.
I don't know if we want to get that started.
Of course,
his new release, his new album, Bow Weevil.
Of course we do. Let's go to Anonymous in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Go ahead.
Greg does not song name. Hey,
what did he say?
I think the song title would be Yee Yee.
I couldn't understand what he said.
I got yee yee at the end of it.
I couldn't understand.
He had a bad phone.
By the way, remind me to tell you something.
Okay. Does it have to do with that?
Has something to do with you?
No, involving bad phones.
Okay.
Mike in Eufaula. Mike, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. I was going to tell you, my son and his spouse, and more importantly, my grandson moved from New York down to Eufaula about a month ago.
Picture it.
And the little boy, they called me the other morning and said he said his first words today. I said, what was it? He said, more sausage.
So your grandson's first words were more sausage?
I bring a tear to the eye.
And the second word was pawpaw. He's got me, man. He's got me.
More sausage and pawpaw, yeah.
A little Gentile statement to begin with and something endearing to
that's
pawpaw.
very nice.
To Jabbo out of Gadsden, Z93. Lines are available for you. Jabbo, go ahead.
Jabbo.
Hey, guys. Listen, I've never bow hunted out on a public land before.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys have ever done that, can you give me give me some information on that? Like,
Well, no, I have never done that, but I hunted on public land a lot growing up, and I will say this, everybody, a lot of folks out there.
Well, you got to get there and check in your zone or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think public land, like national forest, I know there's certain days you can't hunt.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
How about this, sir? Obviously, we really don't know.
We have no idea.
I mean, we tried to work through that.
How about this?
Tuesday or something.
You said
now, he's not talking about management area. He's just talking about public. Which is public land, but you're right. If you're going to management, they have to have a hunt that day.
Right. Guys,
trust me on that.
Yeah, right.
How about don't like you hunting on days they don't have hunts.
How about this? There's other people in there. Trust me on that one.
Yes.
Know where you are. But
you got to have a trust factor on that.
I think
have some paperwork.
I think really our answer to his question should have just been no.
We don't know.
Yeah. Can y'all help me with bow hunting on public land? Not really.
But it seems like
right.
Like the national forest by where we grew up, Rick. There's I think 1 day a week that you don't.
Yeah,
hunt
just stop.
Because they got open that day up. People want to ride horses or something.
Yeah, I know. Just stop
it's
talking.
multi-use land.
You need to know what you're doing. You have the
and
right
we know
paperwork.
nothing. We know nothing.
The answer to his question was no.
Call Chuck. He knows.
That was the
Chuck
answer.
knows.
Jeremy in Chelsea. Jeremy, go ahead.
I want you to buy a license.
Hey guys, you're talking about our father and grandfather's generation with the flamethrower and the nose hair thing. My granddad, when I was about 9 years old, cut his shin with a chainsaw cutting firewood, and he called his neighbor, which was a friend of his that was a surgeon, and went to his house, and he sewed his leg up literally in the living room without any anesthesia.
It's a different brand of man. It was.
They give him a stick to bite on.
A bullet.
I watched my dad take the stitches out of a friend of his back after back surgery.
Yeah. Dad loved to take people's stitches out. It's kind of his thing.
Gotta have some good tweezers.
You do.
Don in Alabama, go right ahead.
The same way you got that special.
30 seconds. Go ahead. At Dad's pocket. Now, probably not the best choice.
Stone?
It says Dawn, D-A-W-N.
Stone?
Yeah, but it was Stone. If that's your real name, go with that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. This is. I wanted to spin the wheel of Moultrie. Isn't it called the wheel of Moultrie now because he's on so much?
Yeah, I tell you what, he's putting some. He may. I don't know. Moultrie's coming in hot.
Make sure we get this battery usage thing.
Moultrie's going to the feast or famine. It's either he goes away for months or he comes back.
Dad's gone a lot, and if you get him in town, you gotta.
Yeah, you got to ride that horse while he's ready to go.
He'll head back to Colorado in a minute.
Yeah, disappear. We won't see him again for months.
That's right.
Come back with a new hat.
Let's go to Mike in Birmingham. Listen to ZZK. Mike, go ahead.
Hey guys, did he just sound a lot like Adler over the air?
You know, just talking, amazing. Just talking.
Yeah, just his voice and everything. Play it back, and it just to me, he just Adler. Him and Adler could be twins talking over the radio.
You know, I guess
I didn't pick up on that.
I guess maybe because I'm looking at them, I didn't pick up on that. But I think they both speak with a lot of passion when you hit on something that Cliff has a lot of passion. I could see that part of it kind of being very similar.
And of course, musically, they're very similar.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Top of the hour. Well, I mean, Adler could sit in on some of the sessions.
Oh, absolutely.
Top of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. If you got it, some today. If not, if our time's wrapping up, go to rickandbubba.com. You can pick up the last hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 7.5 minutes past the hour from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. And here we go. The real Greg Burgess here. Helmsy is here. Adler's here. Speedy is out today. Hopefully back tomorrow. Out on the road tonight, Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. That is the land of ZZK. Be there at Lakeside Church on Acton Road. We'll have a men's event tonight, complete with a steak dinner. I'm honored to be speaking there, and they do have enough steaks for everybody. If you still don't have a ticket, find that at upcoming events at rickandbubba.com. Helmsy tonight, First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama. He'll be speaking at a man church there as they continue the men's discipleship strategy. And Rich Wingo up in Jasper, Alabama, speaking at a man church at Northside Baptist Church tonight as well. So go find the one that you'd desire to attend, or the one that's nearest to you. Here's Bubba. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Boy, it's been a crazy show today, and we covered a lot of territory.
Boy, we really have, and we're going to now give you your COVID update of the day. Updates of the day. We'll get you the information as we have it, as it is ever changing. Why? Because we've never been through this before. Not us. People in the past have, but this is our first pandemic. We're kind of making it up as we go and learning and trying to make adjustments as we continue to learn new things. So, Bubba, what are some of the latest things that we are seeing?
Well, Rick, and you know, I mean, this crossed everybody's mind, I think. I think everybody was just kind of fed up with not being able to do things they love to do, and they just said, to heck with it. But, you know, Fauci was telling us that that college football could just be a disaster.
Problematic.
It was going to be a super spreader event.
Super spreader.
Of unseen proportions.
Super spreader.
You know, we're going to have all this, and it was the end of time. Although that if you were in a protest march, you were in former President Obama's birthday party, or you were at a Emmy award or some kind of show where they give awards to the arts, apparently it was no threat of being a super spreader.
Yeah, if we looked, what really Fauci was warning us, if we looked at how he actually implemented it, is some gatherings are bad.
Yes.
Not all.
But, Rick, we've seen stadiums with 100,000 people.
100 big ones.
And we've been dealing with an uptick in cases and hospitalizations and sadly deaths since, I guess, around maybe 4th of July is when it started kicking back up again a little bit. But the numbers after we've had 3 weeks now football in the South, okay, Southeast. Florida down 44%, Tennessee down 43%, Georgia down 35%. These are all good nurbers.
This is good news, yeah.
South Carolina,
we're not afraid to give good news here.
Yeah, South Carolina down 32%. Arkansas, I can't read my writing on my note here who this was. Arkansas is down 22%, and Alabama is down 23%. All good news. All in the face of the last 3 weeks of having stadiums crammed full of college football fans.
Yes.
So, you know, I'm trying to not be, just anecdotal in this, but it doesn't.
Anecdotal.
It doesn't appear that it tracks with the crowds.
It's not that simple.
It doesn't appear, and I told you this a long time ago. When all is said and done, as the numbers kind of balance out, states that locked everything down and destroyed economies, destroyed lives, and states that stayed open and had the most freedom, it really doesn't look like their numbers as far as infections, hospitalizations, and deaths per capita has really varied that much. It doesn't really appear that all of that helped any.
No, it seems like that, as we've talked about, the vaccine and the protection it has provided. It's not 100%, but it does provide protection, the herd immunity of natural antibodies alongside that. I think those things and the treatments for it when people get it, I think those things are where the energy should be spent because let's see if we can keep the right distance from each other, wear the right mask, don't go to crowds inside out. Those things, I mean, you have to live your life. I believe from just watching just common sense, it appears, and this has been long before football season, that gatherings of people outdoors doesn't seem to be all that risky.
We've had concerts.
Yep. Indoors may be a little bit different, but if it's a big arena, maybe not even there that big a difference.
And I mentioned this the other day.
Tight areas, yeah.
I went back and looked at it again. The interactive map that changes color based on the infection rate, if you go back and look at that and it tracks the dates, it's very strange how this works.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like the coast, the very bottom, got red hot first, and then it literally looked like a wave. It just grew and went, and it's been moving north ever since. So I don't know. I don't know how you correlate that into what's going on or what activity. I don't know. I think that's one of the things I'm struggling with. It's hard to find logic that will hold up in two examples.
Well, it really feels a lot like gun laws.
Yeah, it's all over the road.
It seems like the more mandates and government interaction and more forbid this, forbid that, we forbid this, we will not have it, that doesn't seem to really stop the problem.
Well,
Chicago has got every gun law you can think of, but
it's one of the most restrictive places on the planet.
Yeah.
And they have more killing than anybody.
Right.
Washington, D.C. had several shootings. They have extremely strict gun laws. But you go out to rural America where there's arguably more guns than there are people, and you just don't hear of anybody having a shootout in a corn patch.
Yeah, and if you do,
you just don't.
And then when you do, it's rare.
Yeah,
it's not. It doesn't happen 40 times over the weekend.
I'm not saying they're immune to it, but it just I don't know. It's just some very strange numbers.
I think one of the things that we also can look at, which again is good news, is that we do have a lot of people who've been vaccinated, and we have, they think, around 100 million people that have been infected with the coronavirus at least once.
Right.
I'm telling you, those things help.
Yeah, they do. They have to.
They help. They help.
And we have 173 million that have had at least one vaccination.
Right.
Even though they're not considered fully.
Yeah.
I mean, you still
than
go
none.
up 60-70%
Right.
with the first shot.
Right.
So that's good. And eventually, either by natural or by vaccination, it is our own immune system that will have to defeat this thing through herd immunity.
FDA has authorized Pfizer booster shots for seniors and high-risk people.
Yep.
And back to the vaccine mandates, NBA is trying to get back together to get ready for their season. And they've got the New Jersey Nets here. They're saying there are players that saying if you mandate me to take a vaccine, I'm just not going to play.
Yeah, I know this is strange, and the threat to healthcare workers, especially nurses, that they're going to be fired if they're not vaccinated, and some of them are not. And we have a nursing shortage. Now, somebody help me with that logic. We're only going to make it worse if we fire people. And we've had several big hospital chains have to back up on that. We had that at UAB here in Birmingham.
Mandates, bad idea. Bad idea. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. As we make our way back. All right, so we have updated you there on COVID. And look, there's nothing wrong with giving good COVID news.
I'm glad we're seeing a turn.
Nothing wrong with that.
But it just appears to go in waves, and it's gone the other way at some point in time. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
I hope
don't know
it's
how you
good
interpret
news.
all that.
I hope it's good news, and hopefully there's some people out there. Even, did you say, Greg, even with Moderna? Is that who?
Yeah. The head of Moderna predicting that it should be over within a year because they're going to have enough vaccines worldwide. Plus, he even talked about people getting it and getting immune to it from that. He said it'll end up like if you want a flu shot, you either want to risk getting the flu or not.
And Bubba, you sent me an article one time where someone had taken the long-term look.
Yeah.
And this was a scientist saying the
And
same
again,
thing.
these are predictions. Who knows?
No, it's the prediction
But it's
was
an educated guess.
The prediction was based on what we do know about pandemics of the past. Is that even though this is novel, we still think there's some things that are generally the same, and that is that at some point it will become like the flu. People will still die who are at risk, but instead of it being 600, 700, 1,000 people in our country and millions worldwide, in our country it'll be like the flu, 35 to 60,000, which, that's still, no one wants to be in that. But we all make flu decisions every year on the risk-benefit based on our health, right? And our age.
You can get a vaccine yearly if you want, just like you do with the flu.
All right, so
and we've had several folks sending us numbers from hospitals, and they range of where they had COVID patients, and that's really where the rubber meets the road. The people that are having to go to the hospital that range from down 50% to some down 80%. So that's from over the past 3 to 4 weeks. So that's very good news, and I'm excited to hear it.
So let's go. Jen Psaki, she's upset with Boris Johnson.
Uh-oh.
Upset with Boris Johnson. You remember this bizarro gathering of Boris Johnson and Joe Biden? So here she's not liking that Boris Johnson, without her permission, went on and started taking questions from the press when, they don't want Biden to get questions.
They don't want you to take take questions at large.
He has to get up and run out.
Okay, so here we go.
The British Prime Minister in the American Oval Office called out a British reporter, and then when American reporters tried to call in the American president, we were escorted out, let's put it that way.
Well, I think in that circumstance, and I think our relationship with the United Kingdom and with Prime Minister Johnson is so strong and abiding, we will be able to move forward beyond this. But he called on individuals from his press corps without alerting us to that intention in advance.
So basically, what she's saying is we don't want to answer no questions if we ain't given the questions ahead of time. Remember Biden having the list and give me so and so from NBC. Where are you at? Looking around.
Stuff he's not supposed to be reading.
It was pre-picked questions.
Get up and leave.
If any other president had done that, they would have come unglued. Oh, you're manipulating the press. You're only answering the questions you want to answer. You know the questions in advance.
Bubba.
Not a word said about old Sleepy Joe.
Well, we have to protect little Sleepy Joe.
Well,
what Psaki is saying is our president cannot take simple questions unless he's prepped beforehand.
That's right.
And we want to know the
apparently
questions.
Boris Johnson can.
Yeah, I know. It's done often around the world.
Boris Johnson didn't get permission from us, and that wasn't what we wanted you guys to get out of here. Nobody's going to ask Biden because he may go off talking about something we don't want to be on TV.
We don't like Boris's hair.
We don't like his hair. We don't like his mask.
Or his questions.
Now here comes wacky Maxine Waters. God love her. I don't know why people can't see that taking something as serious as true bigotry and racism and slavery and starting to dilute it and dumb it down to bizarre comments like this. The Babylon Bee already out ahead of it. I sent this to y'all yesterday. Border Patrol agents are accused of patrolling the border.
It's kind of a crazy idea, Rick.
How about this?
They're on horseback, though, Rick.
Congresswoman Maxine Waters just said that Border Patrol agents trying to restrict illegal immigrants from illegally entering our country was worse than slavery. Here we go.
To be able to petition to get into the country. What the hell are we doing here? What we witnessed takes us back hundreds of years. What we witnessed was worse than what we witnessed in slavery. Cowboys with their reins again, whipping black people, Haitians, into the water where they're scrambling and falling down, and all they're trying to do is escape from violence in their country.
I hate to bring up the uncomfortable.
Anything she says.
I hate to bring up the uncomfortable thing. Don't miss, everybody over here, come here. Don't miss that the far left black people are saying that black people in this country are treated terribly. It's horrifying for black people here. But right there, she's talking about and admitting that there's lots of black people trying to get here. Okay, if it's as horrible for black people here as the leftists and the exaggerators want you to think, why are so many black people still trying to get here?
Well,
I mean, you would think there'd be nobody coming of color.
They would be whipping them, make sure they didn't come in.
But I hate to bring up.
Now these people on horses were not trying to stop people from leaving.
No.
That would be more of the slavery.
Yeah,
model.
she don't understand the difference.
In this case, they're trying to stop them from breaking our laws by entering the country illegally. They're wanting to get in as opposed to us trying to keep them from escaping out.
Big difference.
It's a whole different deal.
Big difference.
But it's just that old. It's just the old page out of the playbook. They go to it every time. It's just so old. And the fact that it gets some credence in some circles is the reason they keep going to it. But if we could just move over some of this and get to real problems that we're dealing with, real problems with race relations and discrimination. This kind of theatrics doesn't help convince average Americans we still got a problem. Let me put it that way.
Can I tell her when she's aghast at not understanding the difference between illegal immigrants trying to come into a country that is in the middle of a pandemic, by the way.
Don't forget that.
And that the Border Patrol agents who are on horseback, because that's what they use in this part of the border, are telling them to go back. They can't come illegally. Why, by the way, the government, Maxine, that you're part of is saying our border is not open. You remember that? That was from somebody in the Biden administration, even though we're acting like it is. I know she says aghast. She goes, what in the blank are we doing? It's the way we feel when you keep getting elected. We can't believe that people keep electing you.
It's unreal.
That you are you literally not understanding the difference and comparing this to slavery? Are you? I mean, and we know you don't mean that. But
she knows she's going to get a rise.
Like Bubba said, but is she just assuming people haven't researched it enough to not know the difference and going and buying people from people who had captured them, bringing them against their will into the country, and as you said, Bubba, not letting them leave?
No,
that's a lot different than people who want to come in illegally, and you're saying, I'm sorry, our border's closed.
I think
that's a lot different.
We got to get you back.
Yeah, I think they have a template, and they force every issue into that template, even if it doesn't fit, and then they tell you it fits, because apparently some people believe it. That's all I can figure out, because normal people would eventually go, that's really not the case
Same
here.
thing.
And after you do that so many times, they would go, well, you're an idiot.
I will
saying that?
Yeah, I will say that those people do exist, and you know what they're called? They're called sellouts. They're called their blackness is taken away, their color is taken away. If they don't get in line and take whatever Maxine Waters and the people like that say and say, yeah, you're right. Yeah. And by the way, that's kind of a type of slavery if you think about it.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back on a one-way street. As we make our way back, simplysafebubba.com, teaming up with the old Rick and Bubba Show, and we're glad you're here. So simplysafebubba.com, if you are thinking about what they are doing and you've been kind of kicking the tires on it, let me tell you something they've added. Or even if you have a Simply Safe system, you might want to add this new outdoor camera that they just came up with. So you definitely use Simply Safe to protect what's inside the property, but what about what's going on outside the property out there and you're looking around? Well, now they have a security camera that is a 140 degree field of view, ultra wide, 1080p HD resolution, has an 8-time zoom. So it also has a built-in spotlight with color night vision. So you can keep an eye on what's going on at your property during the day or at night. Doesn't matter. Outside, inside's been done, but now outside. So if you'd like to get this new camera, they're going to offer you 20% off an entirely new system plus your first month of monitoring service, which is, you're not locking into any kind of long-term contract. They'll do that for free when you enroll in the interactive monitoring. Again, that's simplysafebubba.com. Find a link also at rickandbubba.com. Go to that URL, and then all these savings are available to you, and you can put together the Simply Safe system of your choice now with the choice of this new really cool outside camera as well. So we got a couple of other things that are going on today that we haven't covered. Greg, and I know you love this one, Video 5, Adler. We just called this, Greg, girls fighting in a huge brawl at IHOP.
How about that? Something about pancakes.
Now, there are some women here that have got some size. So
they're getting after it.
And they're fighting at IHOP. I don't know what it is about.
Why would you be mad at IHOP?
Does it feel like to you guys that there's more fighting going on than ever now?
Lot.
Well,
like physically fighting at ball games, fighting
and a
at
lot
restaurants.
of it's women.
Yeah.
Well, and IHOP seems to be a target of some of these. And does that just have to do with the condition people are in at the time of night they're eating?
A lot of Waffle House, a lot of IHOP.
Yeah, I mean, because they're out there, they're in the wee hours and they've been in that juice and that's really the only place open.
All right, Greg, so take a look here. Something is going on. I don't think I can pot it up because it says there is a lot of cussing in this.
Probably not.
Normally in these brawls there is.
Yeah, there usually is. So we see the IHOP and we see something going on up here in Greg, and here we go.
Uh-oh, big girl's up.
I mean, let me tell you something. So I think they're in some kind of dispute with the people from IHOP back there. They're pointing at something back in.
Something about blueberry pancakes.
Is that what it's about? Let me tell you something. Somebody's got up now that means business. And so
3 axe handles there. She's
Greg, so
he's ready to fight.
All right. So
this is between two sets of customers, and one of the customers is about to throw something at the other customers.
Okay, so are they on the other?
Arguing
are they on the other side of the wall over there?
They are, yes. Two groups of customers.
That's a big. What did you say this was?
An IHOP.
IHOP. Okay.
Yeah, not Waffle House. IHOP. Yeah, so something comes from the other side to them. I don't know what they're jawing about. I don't know if it's somebody's man or there's a guy sitting at the booth with one of the women. And
look, here comes the other one. They're all dressed real nice.
Yeah, well, Greg, so we're all at this same booth here.
Did somebody get the syrup? What happened?
I don't know what they're jawing about, and I don't know why we can't get this.
It looks like we're sitting
control.
back down now. We're going to be okay.
Is it 2 dudes sitting there with three women? Is that what that looks like there? And Greg, somebody's come from the other side.
Yeah, here they come.
Somebody's coming from the. Oh my goodness, wearing a cutoff when we shouldn't. Look, coming from the other side. Look. Oh, we got.
Let me put it this way: it's going to be a heavyweight bout right here.
Yeah. Greg, there it is.
Now threw a booster seat.
Somebody threw a booster seat and it's on.
Yeah.
Now it is a full blown fight.
Axe handles.
Greg, we've got 6 different women fighting. Look, Greg Burgess.
Big girl went down.
Greg Burgess.
Big girl's down.
Big girl is
Look,
down.
She's getting
Oh my goodness,
wow,
Greg.
that is so much more than I expected.
I heard of release the Kraken, but this is over the line.
My goodness.
When you wear hip huggers and you go down,
the Kraken was released.
Yes, it was. All right, so
look at her.
All right, so I don't understand. Look over there. Look over there.
Wailing
Look over there, Greg.
Let me tell you, Red halter top there.
Now, Red Halter has got a pretty good right.
Yeah, she knocked Big Girl down.
Look,
Now Big Girl's cold. She
I
don't
like
want
that Halter Top is fighting, but not putting her purse down.
Yeah,
she's
well,
fighting with the purse.
Well, she don't want nobody to get it.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, look at oh look
That's
out!
another one on
Wait a minute, that was a cheap shot.
Big one's
I
better.
thought she was just trying to get through there to pay her check, wasn't she?
Look over here. Oh, we've really got the. Oh my goodness, we got a complete
Good
wailing going on.
night.
This looks like pro wrestling.
That did.
This looks like pro wrestling. Why is no one stopping this? Why is no one stopping this?
Rick, who wants to get in the middle of that?
Guys, this is a full-blown melee. It is a heavyweight bout. And I'm talking about.
I don't know what the white-haired guy's trying to help, but he's going to catch a haymaker here in a minute.
This looks like the entry-level pro wrestling.
Yeah, it looks like the people that tried out, and they got rejected, so they went outside and started fighting.
100%.
Oh, Biggin, though, she's out of there. She got knocked down twice. She's left the scene.
Notice the cameras. What's that laying in the floor? Do I even want to know that? I don't think.
There's a guy with a mask in the middle of
What's laid in the floor over there? Do I even want to know?
Well,
okay.
Some papers have got knocked off.
Okay. See, oh my gosh, I don't think.
I'll tell you what, it's a halter top bout.
No, it is. It is. It's like you've heard of a cage match. This is a halter top match.
Where was this located at? Rick?
It didn't say here. I'm not sure.
It's got a look of Texas to it.
It really does. It really does. It really does.
Don't know for sure. I'm just speculating here.
All right, we basically have had two gangs.
What is the dress code here?
Of heavy women in halter tops get in a fight.
And there's a short guy in a mask trying to get between them.
Yeah. But I don't understand.
He must be the cook or works there. It looks like he's got a rag.
Can I ask y'all this? Is this the furthest away from a police station IHOP has ever been? I mean,
that was a brawl.
That was an all-out.
And it wasn't over when we cut away.
No.
That may have gone on a little longer.
Well, that right there, folks.
They jawed a little bit back and forth after that. And then
that one
pretty
is
much it.
In the floor that they were pounding her in the top of the head.
Yeah.
I mean, good night.
That's I mean, if you were to flip on
Piggin got flattened.
Yeah, but if you were to walk into, say, an armory and there was a ring set up, it wouldn't have looked that much different.
No, it really wasn't.
If you got into the female division.
It looked like it was the big finale, though,
including the way they were dressed.
Battle Royal.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a
the Battle Royale. That fight went on for a very, very long time.
Bubba, you nailed it. It was in Texas.
See there?
Yeah.
You can spot Texas people.
Yeah, that's an easy spot.
Yeah.
Rick, and speaking of wrestling, I found this story. That you know how the WWE they have his characters?
Yeah.
Yes.
They've got a new one. His name is Joe Gacy, and he's a woke. That's his thing. He gets in the ring, sits down, says it's his safe space.
Greg.
And he's not going to take advantage of his male privilege.
Greg.
That's his character.
So they've got a woke character.
Yeah, Joe Gacy. That's what he goes by.
What do they just call him, woke?
Greg
Joe Gacy, the woke American.
Hey,
anyway.
pick up on that last name.
Oh, my goodness.
But anyway,
I know.
So they realize that wrestling fans probably despise wokeness as much as they despise anything.
Well, you remember.
So now there's a villain that is woke.
Yes.
That's
you remember
so good.
Back when we were with Iran and all that, you had the Iron Sheik.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we had Russian. We had how many
The Russian
Russians?
bear, the Russian
Now
death,
their villain is a guy who's woke.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't know about the Iron Sheik.
You don't know about the Iron
No,
Sheik?
I know y'all are shocked. I'm not.
Come
I
on.
don't follow WWE.
He would make them play
that close.
the Iranian national anthem.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Bring the flag out.
Oh, that's good stuff.
But you know, truthfully, because I saw a documentary on him, by the way, he really was from Iran.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that worked out
He was like
perfect.
an Olympic wrestler there.
Oh, that worked
Well,
out
Greg,
perfect.
he was the Iron Sheik.
Yeah.
So this is the
well, I got news for you.
What do you think? He was from Texas?
Most of the Russians were from like Georgia.
Yeah, right.
But
So that was the guy they just
not
showed him
the
here,
Georgian.
and he's woke, and he loves all woke stuff.
Yeah, all woke stuff, Rick. He sits in the middle of the ring, says it's his safe space.
That's hilarious.
And that he's not going to use his male privilege.
Does he get on the crowd about stuff?
Oh, I don't know, but this is good.
I'm going to say this again, and I
They
know
get their pronouns right?
right.
wow.
By the way, I'm not.
Yeah, he did all that.
I'm not the first one to say this. I know that because it's too obvious. I'm sure it's been said multiple times. Has anything been more misnamed than woke? Because these people are asleep. I mean, they're living in a
trance.
They're in a fake world. I mean, a really, really fake world. All right, we come back. We'll go phone calls to wrap up the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We've got room for you. You can join us. We'll look at any headlines that we may have missed, but we'll take your phone calls too. With 10 lines, only 2 of them are tied up right now, so you got plenty of room. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. As we make our way back, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you for being with us today. And Bubba, standing by, we looks like we have somebody's about to be induced into labor. So standing by is Kaylor, and Kaylor would like for us to give her a baby prediction. So, Kaylor, when are you going to be induced?
We have an appointment at 10 to get checked out. My name's Kayla. It's Kayla.
Kaylor? I think that's what I said. Did I not say Kaylor? Yeah.
Like Kayla, but it's okay.
Caitlin? Kayla?
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Okay.
Kayla.
Well,
Hey, Kayla.
Kayla, first off, congratulations. Is this first child with Dad?
It is.
Okay,
Okay.
first one.
All right. So, what does he do for a living?
He's a stainless steel TIG welder.
A stainless steel what?
TIG welder.
Oh.
So
okay.
now I would take it with that job, he sweats a lot, right?
Yes, sir.
And what are his hobbies away from the obvious?
Fishing and messing with his trucks.
Fishing and messing with his truck.
That's
So
good stuff.
What kind of underwear does he normally wear? Boxer briefs, the loose boxers, tighty whities, or some sort of brief, or does he ever go commando?
Boxer briefs.
Boxer briefs.
Boxer
Okay.
briefs.
All right.
Let's focus on you. 6 months on, what have your cravings been? More salty or sweet? Like right now, what are your cravings?
More sweet. Yeah.
What about the hair on your legs? Growing more or less?
More.
Oh,
No, okay.
This looks like a slam dunk
this
here.
Is easy right here.
Yep.
You're gonna have a baby boy. Yeah, baby boy. No, that.
You're pointing all signs
Yep.
toward having a son.
Yep.
Later today, is that what your sonogram has said, or can you say?
Okay.
The drugs may have already kicked in, Rick.
Kayla.
Kayla, are you there?
Kayla.
Kayla, are you there?
We lost her.
Wow.
Did that news, was it shocking to her and she passed out?
Did she drop the phone? Did her water
Kayla,
break? Did her
we would
water
like to
break?
hear back
Induced
from
her?
you.
Yeah. Well,
I don't think we've ever had
Could that
anybody
be?
drop when they got the news.
Well, our
Evidently, she was
prediction
wanting to go.
stands. Our prediction stands, but we didn't know whether the sonogram had agreed or disagreed with us.
I was just
if
curious.
they even had one.
Yeah, I was curious because we all know you can't see what's.
You know, a lot of couples are going. A lot of couples are going to the we don't want to know.
Right.
Now that's a lot more than that now. But of course, don't call us.
Yeah.
If that's what you think.
Right. If that's your goal, you need to just ride on.
Let's go to Brian in the great state of Alabama. Brian, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm good. I just had a quick comment. You know, all this fighting going on in America, but yet we want to make peace with all these foreign countries. Well, you know, it goes back to the scriptures. I mean, do we not never take in consideration to the scriptures, you know, and obey the law of the land, and if we can't get along in our own country with our own people, how are we supposed to set an example for other countries?
I think he just tied the IHOP brawl to the lack of world peace.
Okay. Well, and you can tie those together.
You could.
It's a long string to use, but you can.
Yeah.
I think people are just more unhappy and violent, and they got more stuff than they've ever had in their life.
Let's go to Dale.
It must not be a stuff issue.
No. Dale in Georgia. How about it, Dale?
Hi, good morning, fellas.
Hey.
We know one of the superpowers on the show is Adler's ability to dispel a melee at the Waffle House because, of course, that's a family restaurant.
Yeah, it is.
What is Adler's take on an IHOP melee?
Adler, you don't have any real expertise in breaking up fights at IHOP. How do you see IHOP's environment?
Well, looking at that last video, I probably should have done some practice breaking up fights at SeaWorld first, then try to break up their fight.
That's a great point. I will be honest, Rick. I would be concerned to see an Adler in the middle of that.
I know.
Man, that'd be tough.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or not.
Oh, he could have never got his arms around anybody to get him in a hold.
By the way, did you know that Willie Nelson does martial arts?
He can't do it.
No way. He never
Check
runs
on
for
it. Check on it. We continue. Jason and
How
Crespi.
about them earlobes Willie's got? You know,
Well, it's just like Bubba was talking about earlier. They're getting bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Jason, go ahead.
Kind of bizarre.
Yeah, my daughter, she goes to a small school over here in Northwest Florida, Baker. They've got a JV and a varsity cheer team. They don't have a middle school team. Well, a couple of years ago, they had a middle school kid doing announcing over the speakers. Sounded just like Beth Moen when she was in 8th grade.
Well, I bet that was
made it quite
irritating.
through puberty yet.
If you think about what he's saying, I can see that because Beth does sound like a pre.
She does.
A boy before puberty.
You're right. I was going to ask him, since he's from Baker, Florida, if he'd heard any more on that.
They said Georgia.
That game picture?
He did? I
Didn't
thought
he
he said
say-
Florida.
He said Florida.
Did he?
Yeah, on that game cam picture, that we saw of what they think is Brian Laundrie, if they had any more information on that.
From what I'm finding about Willie Nelson and mixed martial arts, do y'all remember when Elvis got his black belt?
Yes. Oh, yeah,
I think
yeah.
it's a similar type thing.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, it's almost like when an honorable one. We're just giving you one.
Andy in Tallahassee. Andy, go ahead.
Hey, how y'all gentlemen doing this morning?
Good, Andy. How are you?
Oh, we're doing good. I've got a problem with my faith, and I wanted to see if maybe y'all gentlemen could help me out with it.
Well, we'll try it all according to the question, or if you give us some specifics, we'll do our best.
Well, the problem I'm having is, first of all, I love Jesus, but right this minute, I guess the easiest way to say it is me and him just don't have a good relationship right now. I've just had some things go on in life, and, I'm not where I need to be with that, but I'm not sure how to get there.
Well, I guess I can only go back to what Scripture says, and you're right, and it's the problem you were talking about. But if we love Jesus, Scripture says we actually obey him. And I know when I claimed to love him but didn't obey him, I had to actually come to the conclusion that I knew that he loved me because I looked at the cross, and he's going on record how much he loves me. So I don't know what beef I had with Jesus. The problem was he loved me, but I just didn't love him. And the reason why I didn't love him is because I really didn't know him that well. So what I did is repented of the sin in my life. I finally came to the conclusion that I was going to pursue Jesus the way I pursued everything else that I deemed of value. Because I'd found that I was actually quite knowledgeable. I actually knew quite a bit. And all the things that I spent time pursuing and learning about, those things became natural to me. So I thought, well, if I really had a value, I really cared about Jesus beyond just trying not to go to hell, and I started pursuing him, and just the way I did everything else that I deemed of value, that I probably would become an expert or growing expert on him and Scripture. And then when I do that, I actually know him, because I can't love somebody that I don't know. And then once I get to actually know him, I found myself loving him, and I found that he was better than the sin that I knew he was going to take away. And I found out my real beef was that I just loved my sin more than Jesus. And then when I got to the point that I loved Jesus more than sin, I saw my whole life change. So that would be my suggestion.
All right. Well, I thank y'all gentlemen this morning.
Hey, thanks for trusting us with that.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, buddy. Brian in Chattanooga. Brian, go ahead.
Good morning. That guy made me think of something. I'm a young Jewish boy in a Sunday school class, and they asked me, we're going to learn something about Moses. And the teacher said, can anybody tell me anything about him? I said, well, he was my uncle. He said, well, I can't argue with that. But what I'm calling about is the buffer music that you led into after the national anthem, that you turned several people onto that album. Who was that?
That was Crowder, and the album's called Milk and Honey. Crowder.
Milk and Honey.
Uh-huh. Great album.
And
thank you, buddy. Thanks for taking time to be with us. Top of the hour. If you are leaving, Lord willing, we'll talk to you tomorrow. If you want to find out how to get more Rick and Bubba content, go to rickandbubba.com. All the details are there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fat will get you